Nobel Singda Teshi, Chulojik Dongupke Geshu Gegu Dawa Chungi Be Tse Chungi, Hongsa Gyamgyun Chenbu Chogi, Shenpengi Zeba Tinle Chita, Nambe Cheda Dangi Chenbu Gandhi, Shegong Samu Shirsung, Tseme Shiwe Tabzu Konala Tende, Hödön Denda Seda Zeni, Mechung Tse Sangyangda Gyongnu Chela, Zamlinki Gegu Namgi Yiwa Bakmedu Chode, Nyencha Chingi Nobel Shide Singda Bushe Nangni, Milo Soni Kowe Kesangi Tujendir, Rangcha Pögi Dogar Sope Güzewa Namgi, Gewe Katin Yijang Shude, Kecha Gula Nobe Döyashi, Bulam Yongashu.
10th of December, you shall be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think it is a matter of significance that this day also is the birthday of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Could anything be more appropriate than to celebrate this day by giving the Peace Prize to you, to a man now recognized all over the world as one of the most prominent spokesmen for the human rights as the very foundation for a true, just, and lasting peace. And accordingly, I now call upon Your Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. Will you please enter the podium and receive the Nobel Peace Prize for 1989 with a gold medal and the diploma.
관계 도저히 녀존에 다와 담제 방배제 담배제 내전제 고담들과 차선로 First, let me say a few words in Tibetan. En det enda Norge 개부초당 아니 지 노벨 시디 차게 아니 초중 총면나봐 아니 체로 보면 현재리아 쉬알이야 아니 표 강정기 정기 아니 샤게 개론 아니 최지다 사발 나버 산제베 하다 택과치 중 나도 제베 다시 다 남지宁부 동宁宁지 송도 주게 다 남지리야 저 소송은에라 지 시에는 대바터베 타네 냐면체 미래이나야 강변 지변 타네 지다 편도 전도 여den이 지다 아니 양걸 하버 전도 라도 놀람기 단저 믹세션 여대베 아니 강전 종기 아니 지電視電視機的這位，那談到了呀，這學生如果最重的，這個國家南巴，他是抗用不團呢，這個胡大巴達抗用資源是做錢呢，真的是那個沒這個呀，對的，那呢，他實際差個，這年大錢真的是，他都差不多，我哋幾個人呢？这个实际上，这爸爸姐这是不是搞不中了？这个怎么地讲了？有这边我那啦，这团团白的，实际上强制了呀，没法约定的，是没啥老的，等待他搞不用过上不去，真的是，现在是差不多。哎呢， 근데 인도산에 3월에 두 셰신 주야 직당 아니 더리야 더 내주디 별 미만게 장된게 다 타주 셰베데 그다 뭐냐라 지금 점림 미만게 토안에 갸겨여 되베 다 나바 세버지 전들 도스리 근데 이뭐 인도산에 지금 뭐냐라 다동이나야 지 말아줄이야 지금 루주 토안에 여되베 탑다 그다 지금 댐바 타세 그다 지금 용유 용투야게 라와다 놀라면 열라 디디존야 제도 말행면에 다들 편제 강용 지유 제반의 신세는 몽발이나야 그다 지금 댐베타 센 뭐냐다네 그다 지금 잠불린 심무디가나 뭐냐 지다 시디지다 지기지리야 자스미 되버지다 지기지리야 라람 시리차게 되버 디디지다 그다 지금 디기기 니마들 댐베 잠불린 중나삼베 말람 되려라 배주다라 차이 도체
Every year, on the evening of the prize-giving ceremony, the people of Oslo hold a torchlight procession through their city in honour of the Nobel laureate. This year, parliamentarians from Norway, Germany, America and Britain were among the many who participated. Also there were two ministers from the Tibetan government in exile, Kalon Lodigyari and Kalon Tashiwangbu.
You take it. You take it. Back up. Put the back. Make a corridor. Please. Make a corridor. Make a corridor, please. Camera, please. Yes.
야야야야. 하하.
Long live Tibet.
야. 그렇지.
Long live Tibet.
그렇지.
Long live Tibet. 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 Long live Tibet.
야. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Region of Samiland, or Lapland as it is more commonly known. He was there as the official guest of the Sami Parliament of northern Norway.
Ja, vi skulle dere lov til å trekke bak på en linje. Ok, da gjør vi det. Ja, kom igjen.
When you come close to the end,
Since my childhood, I keen desires to see this animal. Now not only see, but have a fun. Thank you.
Nobel singda teshi chulojik dong gupke geshu gegu dawa chungyi be che chungyi khongsa gyamgyun chenbu chogi shenpengi zeba tinle chi da nambe chue da dangi chenbu gandhi shegong samu shirsung tseme shiwe tabzu kona la tende hödön denda seda zeni mechung zesan kyang da gyongyu che la zamlin ki gegu namgi yiwa bakme du chode nyencha chingi Nobel shide singda büshe nangni Milo Sonyi Kowe Kesangi Tujendir Rangcha Pyogi Dogar Sobe Gyusewa Namgi Gewe Katin Yijang Shude Kecha Gyula Nobe Döyashi Bülam Yongwa Shu Nobel Singda Teshi, Chuluchik Dong Gupke Geshu Gegu Dawa Chungi Be Tse Chungi, Hongsa Gyamgyun Chenbu Chogi, Shenpengi Zeba Tinle Chita, Nambe Chue Da Dangi Chenbu Gandhi, Shegong Samu Shirsung, Tseme Shiwe Tabzu Kunala Tende, Pedun Denta Seta Zeni, Mechung Tse Sang Kyang Da Gyongnu Chela, Zamlin Ki Gegu Namgi Yiwa Bakme Du Chode, Nyencha Ching Nobel Shide Singda Du Shen Nangni, Milo Soni Kowe Kesangi Tujindir, Rangcha Pyogi Dogar Tsobe Gyuzewa Namgi, Gewe Katin Yijang Shude, Kecha Gula Nobel Duyashik, Bulam Yongashu. Nobel Singda Teshi, Chulojik Dong Gupke Geshu Gegu Dawa Chungi Be Tse Chungi, Hongsa Gyamgyun Chenbu Chogi, Shenpengi Zeba Tinle Chita, Nambe Chue Da Dangi Chenbu Gandhi, Shegong Samu Shirsung, Tseme Shiwe Tabzu Kona La Tende, Pedun Denda Seta Zeni, Mechung Tse San Kyang Da Gyongmu Chela, Zamlinki Gegu Namgi Yiwa Bakme Du Chode, Nyencha Chingi Nobel Shide Singda Du Shen Nangne, Milo Soni Kowe Kesangi Tujendir, Rangcha Pyogi Dogar Sope Gusewa Namgi, Gewe Katin Yijang Shude, Kecha Gula Nobel Döyashi, Bulam Yongashu.
Oh Um, Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tashi Dile, Namaskar, and good evening to each and every one of you today who are present here. So now, before I proceed, I would like to make a very humble request to each and every one of you to kindly switch off your phone, or you may keep it on airplane mode or silent mode so that we do not have any distraction during the session. Thank you. My name is Kunga Chunden. I am the program coordinator of Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. First of all, it is a huge pleasure for me to share my warm appreciation and would like to welcome all of you to this momentous occasion of the 35th anniversary of the Nobel Peace Prize Medal and Diploma awarded to His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama on December 10, 1989 in Oslo City Hall, Norway, for advocating peaceful solutions based upon tolerance and mutual respect in order to preserve the historical and the cultural heritage of his people, and his countless contribution to promote the message of peace and compassion to the world. On behalf of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, it is truly a great moment of joy and happiness for me to share this grand celebration of the Nobel Peace Prize Day with all of you, and taking this opportunity, I express my sincere courtesy and regards, and I would like to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, Central Tibetan Administration, Dharamshala, our guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Haldarji, Director General of International Buddhist Confederation, our guest of honor, Professor Amarjiwa Lochanji, the Vice President of the International Association for the History of Religion. And then we have our convener for today's event, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji. Last but certainly not least, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants who have joined us today to commemorate this auspicious occasion. Your presence is a testament to your unwavering faith in the teachings of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, which emphasizes peace and compassion for all sentient beings. Thank you for your continued commitment to these values. Now, may I request our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, our guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Haldarji, our guest of honor, Professor Amarjiwa Lochanji, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and our very convener, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji, to kindly light the lamp of eternal wisdom and then proceed to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Guest, Minister of Education, Mrs. Talam Domala, and our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldarji, our guest of honor, Professor Amarjiva Lochanji, our director, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, and our very convener, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji, to do the honor. Now, may I request our director, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, to kindly do the honor of presenting the white scarf and the souvenir to our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Talan Domala, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude. Our chief guest for today's event, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, Central Tibetan Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you. Now we have our guest of honor, Sri Abhijit Haldarji, Director General of International Buddhist Confederation. Our guest of honor, Professor Amarjiva Lochanji. And then we have our very convener for today's event, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilji. Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, and thank you to all the participants. And now, I would like to request our school children from the TCV Tibetan Children's Village Day School, Majnukachila, to kindly present the Nobel Peace Prize song dedicated to His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request all of you to kindly welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the Future Seeds of Tibet for this wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again. So now, before I begin today's inaugural session, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Tibet House and its activities. Tibet House, New Delhi, was established in 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage at the time when it faced forceful challenges in Tibet, as well as providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural tradition, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Tibet House aims to bring together Buddhist masters and Tibetologists, people across different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through its various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objective in saving Tibet's heritage and exploring and working towards Tibet House's potential contribution to the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of the Tibetan culture and for the Nalanda Buddhist studies. Tibet House is a 5-story facility which has a museum of valuable Tibetan artifacts, as well as a library with nearly 5,000 volumes of manuscripts and books, a resource center, a conference hall, a gallery, and a bookshop. Tibet House offers various study programs on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy, conferences on interdisciplinary subjects such as neuroscience and Buddhist psychology, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics. A publication unit which publishes several books a year, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screenings, and exhibitions. Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy and psychology, and a Tibetan language course. Firstly, the first batch of Nalanda Master's course, which was launched on 9 December. Till now, we have successfully completed with 4 batches, and in fact, we are absolutely delighted to announce the recent commencement of the 5th batch of the Nalanda Diploma course on 2nd October 2024, with a total registration of 2,084 participants from 63 different countries across the globe. Thirdly, Tibet House is pleased to announce the successful completion of the 2nd batch of Nalanda certificate course, which had commenced on 7 January 2024, with a total registration of 1,168 participants from 62 different countries. Now, I would like to give you a brief introduction about the audience and blessings of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated or are currently studying in the Nalanda Master's course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama, and the oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's In Praise of Dependent Arising. At present, there are more than 7,249 students from 98 countries enrolled in the courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking participants run by, under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tibet House offers a Tibetan language course on a regular basis. There are 4 levels of learning offered at a very nominal fee, with scholarships for students and monastics. Till date, 27 batches has been successfully completed, and the 28th batch has commenced recently on 2nd December 2024 till 28 March 2025, with a total registration of 180 participants and 77 enrolled for the course. Tibet House also offers Nalanda Dharma studies twice a week for Tibetans and non-Tibetans alike who are native speakers or have learned the Tibetan language. At the request of this cohort residing in both India as well as abroad, the weekly public online classes by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, were continued to introduce them to the basic framework of Buddhist philosophy in a systematic way. The topics that are covered guided the students in a stepwise manner towards a greater understanding of Buddhism and provided a basis for further studies in Buddhist philosophy. Right, and we are very happy to announce the recent completion of the online teaching of the Pramanavartika Textual Studies, Sema Namdil, after 3 years since its inception. Now, coming back to our main event today, Tibet House is absolutely delighted to welcome all of you today for this grand celebration of the Nobel Peace Prize Day. On this note, now, may I request our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to kindly come up on stage and give the welcome address. Thank you.
Kange tuze nyonsune dawa damje bambechir dambechu ne tunzin bagwa damdela chalse lo, and tears with great compassion you taught immaculate dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you the Buddha Godam I pay homage. Tashi Deleg Namaste, everyone gathered here. Respected Honorable Minister of Education, Kadun Tharlam Dumala, Central Tibet Administration, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji from International Buddhist Confederation, the Director General, and Professor Amarji Valojanji, a great friend of Tibetans, the Charge Dean Foreign Students Registration, and the Dean International Relations Delhi University, and Venerable Professor Kabiri Gilji, also referred to as Tenzin Vasala, the convener of this conference today. Today marks the 35th year that His Holiness the Dalai Lama was awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace in the year 1989. This is a day of victory for the world, victory of light over the darkness, victory of virtues of non-virtues, and victory of peace over tyranny, and all to be subsumed to the victory of the wisdom and compassion over the darkness of ignorance, cruelty, and barbarism. Just as in a family, the success is marked by the efficiency of the leadership of the family. Whether or not there is peace, harmony, and prosperity in the world is determined by the world leaders. Just as warmth and compassion among the members of the family are required to sustain the family, and vision is required for the growth of the family, the world needs leaders of vision and compassion. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, as a world leader, exemplifies the two qualities of the leadership: the love of the world's citizens for His Holiness, and all the statements of His Holiness over the many decades, visibly seen in his books, are the testimonies of his visions. While we study about civilizations in schools, I remember myself having studied all these civilizations in the history book, the reality, as can be seen, is the world is still not civilized. There are selfish individuals in families, and the nations flexing muscles to dominate others in today's world is a clear sign of incivility and barbarism. I vividly remember during one of the public addresses of His Holiness the Dalai Lama in the USA, a person in the audience at the end of the address asked His Holiness, "Your Holiness," this is a very important question, let me repeat it. "Your Holiness, while the modern education, which is at its peak now, is meant to bring peace and prosperity in the world only goes down the lane towards more conflicts, disharmony, and war, and thus creating more and more pain to the citizens of the world. Where are we going wrong?" His Holiness, without a second thought, responded. Let us listen to what His Holiness had to say. His Holiness said, "It is all because of the incompleteness in the lacuna in the modern education system, which is but the legacy of what the past Britishers and the rest of the Industrial Revolution, where the one with greater economy through technological material production can rule the world. This system focuses only on brain development and doesn't bring into equation the need for the development of heart. The education system the world inherited today is a pure legacy of that. This is well reflected in the schools today, except for some schools like Shikchandra School in Gurgaon. Where is Isar there? An amazing school, a great example, perhaps can be a role model school for the whole world, where the children, when I asked what's the purpose of life, they will raise hand, crowded, saying compassion. This is amazing, great hope. But look at the situation otherwise. Say, in the other schools, what we have inherited, even if a child has the capacity to become the second Mahatma Gandhi, if he or she says 2 + 3 = 5-ish, he or she fails. Whereas another child likely to potentially become a brutal tyranny says 2 + 3 = 5, everybody claps in admiration. This is the education system we rely upon to raise the future leadership. Where is hope then for the future? This is where the world is in dire need of leaders to trailblaze the world on a proper path to genuine peace and harmony. His Holiness is an example of such rare world leaders. Despite the dark age that we are in now, there are moments of silhouette of hope that such a leader as His Holiness still exists on the planet Earth, who proposes and exerts full effort by rendering hopeful solution to these crises. His Holiness emphatically voices the need to supplement the modern education system with the programs to educate the heart. Education of the heart must be included as a part of the curriculum of the modern education system. His Holiness calls it universal ethics. Today, Emory University, USA, takes the lead by carrying this noble universal responsibility. His Holiness presciently envisions. Emory University designed the whole program, which today is renowned as C-Learning, Social, Emotional, Ethical Learning. The global launch of this program was done in New Delhi, the capital city where we are now, capital city of India, on 4th April 2019. The hope lies in this program that as many leaders with visions and compassion are produced all over in the world in the future from this program, so that every citizen of the world, alongside the ecology, the fragile ecology, can take a fresh breath of air of peace, equality, fraternity, and freedom. Let us pray that this noble endeavor of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the program of universal ethics, C-Learning, spread far and wide across the globe, that soon UNO and all countries under this body reverently adopt this and declare this as a UN program for a better world. In symbolism of this, it is our joy that Tibet House Delhi, under the auspices of Ministry of Culture, Government of India, always organized this conference on universal ethics on this special day, the day His Holiness the Dalai Lama is recognized by the world as the ambassador of world peace, to remind all the citizens of the world and UNO that there is a solution to the human crisis, such as barbarism and incivility, a solution based on the vision and the wisdom of interdependency and the universal compassion to embrace all, excluding none. Let us each take the responsibility to spread this noble message of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the champion of compassion, wherever we are and wherever we go. Evil wins when the angels retreat. Let the angels not retreat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dojit Amdullah. Now I would like to request our chief guest for today's event, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about her. Mrs. Thalam Domala is the Sheri Kalu Education Minister, Department of Education, was born in Tibet, brought up and educated in India. She served in schools of Central Tibetan School Administration, New Delhi, established for providing education to Tibetan refugee children by the Government of India. After serving 37 years in the field of education, 14 years as teachers and 23 years as principal grade 1, she retired from service on 31st August 2013. During her long years of service, she took many additional charges as coordinator, resource person, members of local advisory committee of 2 Indian public schools, inquiry officer and presenting officer for CTSA, Central Tibetan Schools of Administration. She was also council and education advisory member of Department of Education for 3 consecutive years term from 2012 to 9th November 2021. She is a recipient of prestigious national award from APJ Abdul Kalam, the former President of India, in 2004. She was nominated by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama as the Member of Parliament in Exile in the year 1996. She was also nominated as Kalem by Sikyong Pemba Siringla in the cabinet of 16 Kashak, and her nomination was duly passed by Tibetan Parliament. Thus, she was given portfolio of Kalem, Department of Education, and took charge as Minister of Education on 10th November 2021 after taking oath. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest for today's event, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala.
I'll repeat. It was of Dashi delight to all who have assembled here for the celebration of 35th anniversary of Nobel Peace Prize awarded to His Holiness the 14th great Dalai Lama. And today's guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldar, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill, and Professor Amar Chiva Lochan, and Venerable Geshe Dojit Amdullah, and all the learned scholars, distinguished guests, and many young Tibetan boys and girls I can see from here, and my very dear students of TCV, Majkatila. I feel truly honored for the privilege to be here, to be a part of this great occasion. On this momentous occasion, we should offer a profound gratitude and greetings to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Nobel Committee awarded Nobel Peace Prize to His Holiness in recognition for his struggle for the liberation of Tibet by consistently opposing the use of violence and instead advocating peaceful solution based upon tolerance and mutual respect to preserve the historical and cultural heritage of Tibetan people. This raised the global recognition of His Holiness' profound vision and Tibetan people's quest for justice and freedom. Unfortunately, CCP leader failed to recognize the noble vision and continued the policy of relentless oppression, suppression, repression, and they're still not satisfied. Still not satisfied. They want to wipe Tibet from the world map. Tibet is renamed as Xinjiang, and the young Tibetan boys and girls ranging from the age of 4 to 18 are forcibly put in the colonial-style boarding school where they don't get chance to speak Tibetan language. They're alienated from Tibetan culture and tradition, and they're raised as a pure Chinese. This dangerous strategy is just to make these Tibetan young boys and girls forget their identity. And it goes on. Therefore, in the era of violence and chaos, in the era where the leaders believe teeth for an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, here we have His Holiness. Despite the heinous act committed by Chinese, His Holiness never ever harbored animosity towards the CCP leaders. Instead, His Holiness prays that they may gain wisdom to distinguish right from wrong. His Holiness keeps on praying that those maddened by violent affliction who wantonly destroy themselves and others are not the object of hate but object of compassion. And the Tibetan, exiled Tibetan of all age, we continue to pray, believing in the power of compassion to transform even the hostile and incorrigible CCP leader into a friend. Despite all the strategy of destruction, we Tibetan under leadership of His Holiness, despite being exiled for 65 years, we have maintained our culture, tradition, religion, language, thanks to government and people of India. Were it not for the generous help of government and people of India, we would not have succeeded. So despite 65 years being in exile, not only we have preserved everything, but we are propagating the message of His Holiness to all over the world. I wish to convey my deep appreciation to Geshe Dorje Damdula for organizing the panel discussion on universal ethics, which I strongly feel befitting the occasion. When I was just watching the highlight of the work done by Tibet House under the leadership of Geshe Dorje Damdula, I really felt it is not an easy task. It is a huge task, and his team under his leadership is doing such a wonderful work. And I'm proud to say, that two of my own students, they are working under the directorship of Geshe Dorje Damdula, Yinze Kungkyap, and Lieutenant Panjo. I feel so proud of you two. Universal ethic has sparked a global movement in educational innovation, with diverse institutions developing curricula that shares a common vision. As just now pointed out by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, C-Learning program at Emory University, Universal Ethic Education by Ayurgania's Happiness Curriculum of Delhi University, the Delhi government, Diploma and Secular Ethic at the Tata Institute of Social Science represent different pathway or different approach towards the same destination, to educate the heart, head, and the hand. When I was in Belgium attending one of the graduation day as a chief guest, registrar of that university said to the graduate student, "You should serve with your hand." Then I just made a note in my speech. We serve with the hand when the message goes from head and heart. By hand itself, it can't, what can it do? It obeys the order of head and heart. And in this education of universal ethic, developing head, heart, and hand, we also try to, in this universal ethic, we try to create awareness for need for more compassionate world. We need to create oneness of humanity. We need to create awareness, the universal desire for happiness and aversion for suffering. His Holiness states that in today's world, in today's materialistic world, emphasis is more on developing mind rather than heart. This is not exactly the real requirement of human society. Therefore, promoting education that balances mind and heart by focusing on basic human value is one of the commitment of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. On viewing the present day education system, Professor Samdong Rinpoche, who has a long list of outstanding feats to his credit, felt strongly to formulate basic education policy for Tibetan exile, and it was implemented in 2005, much before. 2020 we have education policy NEP in India, but Professor Rinpoche has formulated, and in this policy he has enshrined the thought or the vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and now in every Tibetan school it has been implemented. Now, Department for Education while implementing a basic education policy, we have been giving top priority to ensure the development of inner human values ingrained in our Tibetan children through the introduction of sea learning by training teachers and the students. After training the teachers, we felt that teachers should have faith and they should be convinced of sea learning. Only then they can effectively train the student. Then later on, based on the feedback, we felt unless the head of the institution is involved, poor teacher, they face all kinds of difficulties. So the teachers, head of the institution, a student, even parents are now involved in sea learning. And over the years, now during the past more than 3 years, we have observed that there's a dramatic change in the behavior of students as well as teachers. And we felt Department of Education, it's not enough just to introduce. We thought 2 periods should be allotted in a week. Just saying we are introducing sea learning doesn't serve the purpose. So we have allotted 2 periods every week so that the teacher can focus on sea learning. And over and above that, we are observing weekday on each component, like Compassion Week, Tolerance Week, and Kindness Week. And all this made lots of difference in the attitude, behavior, thinking of our teacher and the student. Now we are planning this year, we are sure to complete translation of 5 booklets of Ayurgyan into Tibetan, so that we'll be complementing each other and will ensure that our children, whether Tibetan or Indian or anywhere in the world, if they become good human beings, if they have inner values, then definitely we can bring a change in the world we are living. And always we are under tension because so many things are happening in every nook and corner of the world. So therefore we hope that there will be a new generation with the inner human value when they take the responsibility of leading their country. Surely there will be, hopefully and surely there will be a difference unlike what we are going through. And I believe that it's not enough that we have, from the platform we preach and talk about sea learning. I believe that every day in our life we have to practice these values. And this celebration becomes more meaningful if we all pledge to cultivate this value and join hands to be a messenger and torchbearer of noble vision and thoughts of His Holiness, to infuse human values, a sense of responsibility in youth, in particular, and all the sections of society at large. And this will definitely help to lay the foundation for a happy, healthy, and peaceful world as envisioned by His Holiness, the great 14th Dalai Lama. At the end, I pray fervently for long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, for your wonderful speech of appreciation and the motivation which has really inspired us to really become the future seeds of Tibet. Thank you. And now with this, I would like to request our guest of honor, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about him. Mr. Abhijit Haldarji has served in the Government of India for 37 years and retired as Special Secretary in January 2022. He has served in Indian missions in a number of countries as part of diplomatic service. Presently, he is the Director General of International Buddhist Confederation. He has dealt with Buddhism and specifically Tibetan Buddhism over the years in India and abroad. Having associated closely with Buddhist communities, organizations in India and abroad, especially in Buddhist nations, and has a strong understanding of the present-day underlying dynamics within the Buddhism matrix. In June 2022, the IBC, led by Mr. Abhijit Haldarji and the Ministry of Culture, organized the exposition of Holy Relic of the Buddha in Mongolia, and in February 2024, Holy Relics of the Lord Buddha and his two disciples were exhibited in Thailand. Under his stewardship and with the support of Ministry of Culture, the first global summit, Buddhist summit, was held in the year 2023, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Mr. Abhijit Haldarji.
Namo Buddhaya, Tashi Delek to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Tibet House for inviting me for this event, a very important event. 1989, when His Holiness got the Nobel Peace Prize. I think exactly 10 years later, in 1999, I was on assignment in a particular country where he was visiting, and I had the honor of receiving him and spending about 2 days with him. And thereafter, of course, many occasions to meet him. Feel blessed and feel highly honored to be present here to speak a few words on this occasion. Our chief guest, Ms. Tharlam Dolma Changra, Education Minister of the CTA, Professor Amarji Valochan of Delhi University, Venerable Geshe Damdulji, as always. Feel humbled being in your company and in your events. And of course, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill. I think since the topic is on universal ethics, it's something which we need to probe into as to where do we stand today as far as universal ethics is concerned. It is very much the need of the hour, and as the world has progressed over ages, over centuries, the relevance and importance of universal ethics has increased. If we look back, philosophers, political scientists, people of different hues and background have done a lot of research, and a lot of effort has been put in to ensure that universal ethics become universal. Now ethics, what do you mean by ethics? The word very simply means a compassionate world. A world where everyone is happy, satisfied, where interpersonal relations and interpersonal equations are based on positive notes, and the equation between human being and the environment and the surrounding is also based on a very positive, compassionate note, so that you live in a very happy society, a very satisfying society, without any suffering, without any pain. Now this is increasingly becoming challenging and difficult as time goes by. We need to think about it. Why? As per His Holiness, when asked about universal ethics, he always says that it's a combination of compassion, forgiveness, compatibility, acceptance, self-discipline. Combination of these factors. One of the reasons why we have not been able to come to terms with implementing universal ethics is the difference in our culture, our tradition, our value systems, our understanding of life around us. If you go to Argentina, Brazil and ask them to write 10 lines about ethics, and you go to Africa and you ask them to write 10 lines about ethics, you will be surprised. They will be completely contradictory and different, because it's driven by their culture, their tradition, their values. So how can you have something which is universal when there are differences of this nature across the globe? The other aspect is interests of countries. Ethics has a lot to do with how a country behaves. You could be in a country which is very intrusive, very aggressive. There are wars going on around. Now if you ask the Russians, they'll say that, I'm ethically correct because I'm defending my nation. But in the process, he's killing people. If you ask the Ukrainians, they will say that, well, I'm defending my country against the Russians, so I'm also ethically correct. But there are flaws there also. So any situation, if you look at, there are the positives and the negatives. There are the good and the bad. The other aspect which is missing here is a solid international foundation or a body which can make people understand the value of ethics through deep-rooted social infusion and bring everybody on board. Now this is a very big challenge. It's not easy to do. Finally, the last issue which bothers the process of universalizing ethics is perception. Perceptions vary. Just like I mentioned in Argentina and Brazil, like that, even if you come to a solid conclusion and you're about to arrive at a final decision, perceptions will always vary. There's a story which I always tend to narrate. Some of you might have heard it if you've attended some of our events. This is about what a very senior Rinpoche had mentioned. It's a small example of a mountain, a little mountain which has two villages on two sides. Now one village is located on the side from where the sun rises, and the other village is located on the side where the sun sets. So the villagers who are on the eastern side, they call the mountain the Eastern Hill. They've named it as Eastern Hill because they've seen the sun rise. The ones who are living on the western side, they call it the Western Hill. The hill is the same, mountain is the same, but one village is calling it Eastern, the other is calling it Western. And they will not want to change their own respective positions, whatever you may do, because the Eastern Hill people, for hundreds and hundreds of years, their fathers, grandfathers have written stories, poetries, songs, musics about the Eastern Hill. School education is based on the Eastern Hill. There is an emblem called the Eastern Hill. Similarly, the situation is on the Western Hill. They are willing to go to war to prove that Eastern Hill is correct or Western Hill is correct. So this is where, in Buddha Dhamma, as we talk about the middle path, you pull out the relevant people from the Eastern and Western Hill and bring them to a neutral position, bring them to a middle place, and make them look at the mountain and make them understand why is he calling it the Eastern and why is it that you are calling it the Western. That is how you come to a middle path compromise. But the compromise is not so easy, because as you come to the point of compromise, there are going to be these negative factors which will crop up. Arrogance, ego, anxiety, stress, the baggage you are carrying from your ancestors, that no, this cannot be Western Hill, this is Eastern Hill, that kind of thing. So these are elements which are going to affect any decision towards universal ethics. How do we overcome these? Is not an easy task. You would think that in today's world, where we are, we call it the global world, we are integrated because of the wireless communication system, the internet, the social media, etc. Sitting in any part of the world, you can communicate with anyone, anywhere. If that is the ease of functioning, and if technology is advanced so much that at the press of a button you can get food at your doorstep, why is it difficult to then have universal ethics in place? But actually speaking, all these positive developments, so-called apparent positive developments in technology, in the cyberspace, has a lot of negativities. They don't come so easily and convenient. According to research, almost 30% of the material which you have on the social media is junk, is false, part of disinformation and misinformation which you are being fed. So you are living in an artificial world. Last year, Facebook in 2023 pulled out 1600 million false news items. 1600 million. Imagine the quantum of negative things which are floating around. So you are actually submerged in a world which is artificial, which is marred by falsification, false information. So how do you achieve universal ethics? I mean, absolutely, you're going the other way around. You're actually going behind times. So this is where Buddha Dhamma clearly specifies the eightfold path, which many of you know very clearly. Repeatedly, political scientists and others have found that the core value exists there. The right vision, the right insight, the right action, the right speech, the right livelihood, the right mindfulness, the right concentration. Now all of these factors, I don't want to define each one of them, they have a critical role to play in ethics and ethical values. If you string them together in a form of interconnectedness, which is known as paticca samappada, interconnectedness, it forms a very strong holistic value system for reaching universal ethics. But how do you convince people? How do you tell them about this? See, there are two platforms through which an average man would think that I can bring the world together. One is through ideology. Have an ideological movement. It can be very strong. The Soviet Russia, which existed for so many years, 70 years of Soviet Union's existence, was because of the communism, the ideology of communism. All these states, 15 states of Soviet Union with different culture, different religion, different background, were integrated together because communism was the ideology. There was no religion that time. In fact, communism was the religion. But in a global setup, you can never have an ideology. It's challenging, difficult. The other option is religion. All these points which I mentioned as part of the 8 Noble Truth, many of it is valid and relevant in every religion. Compassion, charity, forgiveness, non-violence, ahimsa, everything is there. But then not everybody is religious. According to research, 16% of the world comprises people who are non-religious or atheists. And this is a sort of a conservative figure, so it will be around 20%. So in any case, 20% people are out. So if you use the religious platform, you cannot reach out to the 20%. You're just reaching out to the 80%. So it's a tough call. It's a tough call. And here I don't have an answer to this. But the only thing, while practicing Buddha Dhamma, and as Geshe Damdul ji has mentioned, emphasizing on education, it is a generation which we have to create. You cannot start with politicians or educationists at the moment. You have to start a generation. We had a media conclave some time back based on Buddha Dhamma, and we had a correspondent from Russia, from this paper called Pravda, very famous, a lady, war correspondent, very aggressive. She's been to war zones everywhere, from Iraq, Syria to Afghanistan. And she was new and fresh to this concept of Buddha Dhamma and teachings of the Buddha. So she met me one-to-one and she asked me, she said that, I just don't understand, your whole concept of Buddha Dhamma, because you think if I put Putin and from Russia and Zelensky from Ukraine face to face and make them do meditation and do some teaching and all, the war will get over. So I said, it doesn't happen like that. It's not magic. It has to be, we have lost the race. I mean, they cannot be trained now. They've got a corrupted mind. We have to train a generation. This is an example which you have to quote and train generations, from childhood, people who groom up and become responsible citizens. They will then implement these value systems. Of course, she went back and wrote a very positive article. That's a different thing. But this is something from the school education system we have to implement. And wherever I go, I strongly propose and suggest practice of Vipassana. It is something which really purifies the mind. And it is the mind which is the creator of everything which is negative in this world. After all, it is a human being. We are the creators. I mean, this table, this chair, this mic, the car, the arrogance, the ego, the anger, it is our creation. It is our creation. It is the human mind. Mind and the brain work together. The mind influences the brain and the brain releases the action. So this is where you are. We have created it. So Vipassana in that sense purifies the mind. A practice, if possible, in schools, in colleges, in a subtle way, soft way, without forcing people, will certainly create a new generation of people. The government of Maharashtra has realized the relevance of this, and they give government employees 10 days leave a year to practice Vipassana. Obviously it's worked out fine somewhere. And there are some schools where Vipassana is being practiced, and the kids there have performed exceptionally well compared to anywhere that you go, in any corner of the world. Not much splash about Vipassana as everywhere else, but there is Vipassana everywhere in remotest of places. I have traveled to some places where I would never think there is, Vipassana present, because I was addressing a crowd which was new to. It was an interreligious kind of a conference where Buddha Dhamma had very less role to play. Those people are not aware of Buddhism at all. But while I was about to talk to them, I just checked on Google, and that small city in a remote place had about 7 centers. And I had to tell them, the crowd, that in your city you have 7 centers, and they were a bit surprised. So in the IBC, in the organization which I represent, our effort is to push this narrative everywhere possible, especially in countries abroad. Through our partners, we have almost about 37 countries which are members of IBC, and beyond that, of course, several other partners that we have. Our intention is to push this narrative through various channels. And this year in 2025, the next year, we are trying to work out a kind of a global network on Vipassana, make people aware and conscious. And eventually, if we have the support of the government, it's a tall claim, but we may be able to, in a year, 2 years, whatever, get the United Nations to declare a Vipassana Day, just like the Yoga Day. I hope with your blessings we will succeed in that. That will certainly change the world in a major way in terms of universalizing ethics. Thank you very much. No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji. Now may I take this opportunity to invite our guest of honor, Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give you a very brief introduction about him. Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji has been teaching history at Delhi University for over 33 years. In addition to this, he is also holding the charge of Dean and Joint Dean for International Relations. He was appointed as Vice President of International Association for the History of Religions under the UNESCO and CIPSH. Professor Amarjeeva's research interest areas include Buddhism in Asian cultures and civilizations, the issues of contemporary Buddhist scenario, Indic elements in Southeast Asia, and the Indian diaspora. He has traveled to 94 countries for academic reasons, such as paper presentation, conference keynote address, panel organizations, along with the editorship of 3 international journals, South and Southeast Asian Culture Journal, Philippines Journal on History and Religion, and American Journal of Indic Studies, along with a member of prestigious editorial board of the NVEM of the Brill. He has been the visiting professor of UCC, Cork Island University of Basel, Mahidol University, Silpakorn University, and Thammasat University. Now with this, I would like to invite Professor Amarjeeva Loshanji to kindly come up on stage. Thank you.
My offering to Triple James, my respect to all Sangha member here, and my dear friend Venerable Geshe-la. I always call him Geshe-la. You know, Geshe has been very important influence in my personal life. The chief guest from the government of Tibet, Mr. Tharlam Dolmala, the education minister, Abhijit Haldarji, the person behind International Buddhist Council coming into shape because it becomes IBC, Venerable Madam Gilla, she has just left, and some of my dear friends, some of my friends and students. I can see 2 generations of my students here, and those who are participating as a special guest, including like Professor Merchant, and I can see some of those very well-known names. 35 years of Nobel Prize for His Holiness. He was 53, Geshe-la, those days, and 35, just opposite. We are expecting under the leadership of Geshe-la to have, when he becomes 53rd anniversary of this award in 18 years from now, we should all join together. When His Holiness plans to be here at 120 minimum, then we are sure the enlightened entire house will be there to see this 53352 having another 53. Well, the ethics, we have got 2 scholars already spoken a lot on that, and you have seen finally the ethics doesn't apply universally. Professor Abhijit Aldar gave me idea about that, and then I can see since the award of the Nobel Prize given to His Holiness, we have seen 65 major world wars, and also 16 million people dead and 35 million displaced, including 18,000 Chakmas and Marmas Buddhist communities in Bangladesh near genocide, where about 80,000 of the Hindu families also were brutally displaced, destroyed, dismantled. So where is the value of ethics comes now? We keep on telling about the ethics. It may be universal or not, that is another issue. Now where to start with, where we have to end it? Now we see the community anywhere in the world who has peace-loving attitude, they always feel difficult how to react, how to act, how to interact. And this is a big challenge for us who learns about ethics. First of all, we have also to understand ethics is a purely Latin Occidental word. It doesn't have anything to do with us. We cannot translate in real translation of Tibetan language or even any Indic language. Somehow we come nearer to Shila, which is a very core of Buddhism, and you know Mahayana Buddhism is completely depending on Shila, morality and moral behavior. But when you see ethics is very limited. You see ethics have clauses including to defend your own nation, like what you call about Russia or even Ukraine and all other countries. So there is also ethics. How can it be ethics? But we do feel that ethics have those kind of values? Because of the problem we apply universally the word translation of ethics. We cannot translate it purely in our Asian context. Our Asian context, ethics cannot be ethics what we think of today. This is a big challenge for all of us. Secondly, when the little children of Tibetan community were playing this instrument and music, I was lost into the thoughts. One of the strings which the girl standing was using with such a devotion and seriousness, the same instrument was found in Tunhuang, which is dated to 4th century AD. Same size, same design. Those cultural of Himalayan and Plateau movement has been so well preserved. All credit goes to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who chose to be in India. I don't think India did anything. We did our dharma. But if he has not come, what we can have done? We have done nothing. So I give the credit to His Holiness and the entire Tibetan community who shifted to us. So I think that has to be taken care of, because we have the tradition of helping, serving, nurturing, nourishing these communities since those days. I can see one of the greatest, you can see one of the leader of Baha'is here sitting there. He knows how he has been persecuted and thrown out of Persia, moving around, come to India. So these kind of shelters home have been here, but why it has been sheltered here? Because we have common values of so-called ethics, so-called bigger way, Shila. The Shila's practice has a lot of meanings which we have been automatically following in our DNA. And the DNA doesn't ask in the morning to say if we give some sort of donation. That's why in Tibetan tradition also, and of course in Indian tradition also, giving dana, donation, the best one is that which is not known who has given. In modern time, we are so much influenced by the ethics and meaning of ethics in the Western sense that we have a temple being repaired, restored or reconstructed, what we do under our ethical value so called, put a plate of stone in the wall or on the ground of the temple, honoring their names of parents and mother or something like that. Mata Devi ke liye 101 rupeya ka daan diya, and daan dena giving name and all these things. It is not an Indian practice. It has happened first of all in the Sanchi, but in Sanchi they talk about issues and serving. They don't talk about self advertisement. So this has been part of us. Unfortunately, due to education system, which our education minister has very well denoted, talking about NEP, which should be also taken care of, the sense that we have to understand the meaning of these value system by non-translatable word which cannot be used in daily life. That's why I hate also using the word venerable. It's completely nothing to do with any of charity culture. We should try to avoid venerable the word, even use your own words for that. What do you have? For Sri Lanka, use Humadru, you can use for Bhikshu, you can use Bhikkhu, use your own words. Why should we have venerable? And in Google translation or Google auto correction, all the time venerable word, when you're typing, some other strange words happen on the screen. Those words are not to be mentioned here, which always happens here. So we have to be taking care of our inner inside to see and save us. So the best ethics, understanding of ethics, is to safeguard ourselves. And these safeguards can be done by the methods, technologies and exercises of mind which we have learned about Vipassana. As you see, the safeguarding the old instruments of the music being played by the Tibetan boys and girls, also chanting, scriptures reading, and also giving the ideas how ethics in universal meaning for us, we the us, has been tormented so badly. When the award was given, it was 6 months after that. Geshe-la, I was in first Buddha Purnima of 1990. I was in Chepotala. And my 1 month in that area, including Amdo, I have seen how things were being transformed those days. Then again I happened for the 1 year completion of Tiananmen Square, the same year. I could see how persecution is going on. I have seen by my own eyes. I still feel hair standing when I see the tragedy of the people there being put up in the schools where they cannot speak one single word of Tibetan origin. Same place I visited in 10 years time when McDonald's started to happen, just next to Potala, Che Potala. Lhasa was full of 20 McDonald's, and I could see that attempt what the CCP, I don't even want to take that name also for them. They were having so great success in getting intermarriages being forced upon that. So I could see many of the hybrid children being born out of the Han and local community, and the dumping of uranium and all these things, so devastating, I cannot say. I could see that the doomsday in the modern meanings is almost on the corner. So how do we have to safeguard? Only by these kind of youngsters. I always talk to Geshe-la that young community of Tibetan need some more care, some more orientation. We should also organize, apart from masters in Nalanda, all teachers in different Tibetan schools having a workshop orientation for 14 days, 10 days, 1 week in Delhi or Dharamshala or any other place in Mankoti, Bangalore or Mysore. That will be very important to us, understand our ethics, to save our children, to save our future. There are many issues we can think of when we talk about universal ethics. As you see, universality is not part of ethics. It cannot be implemented. So learning. Now the people who are learning, I have just attended 94 young Tibetan boys and girls from Himachal Pradesh came to my university. I teach at the University of Delhi. Geshe-la, now we have total number 400 plus Tibetan boys and girls in my university. They came and I could see the change what is happening, which was very alarming. All the children talking to me, good morning sir, Tashadilak is gone. In just 2 years. It was such a shock to me, because when you have not continued your own tradition thing, who will learn, who will teach? So this is our responsibility that we look into that, and ethics and values of ethics we have to redefine in our own orientation, our own understanding of the word, so we can use them for our benefit of the children and the future. We have to be together. You should know always Buddhism is the only religion which has suffered quite a lot. In the last 40 years, the population of 19% has been gone away, whether it is South Korea or Cambodia or many places I can name, how they are disappearing fast. So this is the most challenging task for all people having faith, understanding, love and care for Buddhism, to be together, united, be together, and then work for the safety of this kind of value system which we have already into our blood and all. I have hundreds of things to share. I'm full of emotions. But I think if we have taken up even 1 or 2 points of what I have spoken today, it will be very much valuable to us to safeguard them. We should not read only the newspapers. We should not see only 5 dead, 10 injured type of news. How much it is causing the loss, we have to take it. With these words, I seek your permission to be ending my words. Thank you so much. Tashilek.
Thank you very much, Professor Amarjeeva Lochanji. And last but not the least, the very convener of today's event, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla. I would like to invite her on stage to kindly say something about the panel discussion on universal ethics today. So before that, I would like to give you a very brief introduction about her. Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla is a non-resident senior fellow, Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nada University, Institute of Eminence, Delhi. She has completed her second BA, MPhil doctoral studies and postdoctoral fellowship, during which she taught development economics and political economy at the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. Back in India, she worked in government, bilateral and multilateral organizations and international development consultancies, gaining field experience with a host of social science think tanks in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. She has published widely, including a field-building monograph on waste of poverty and plastic, scavenging and scrap trading entrepreneurs in India's urban informal economy. An emerging focus is the refugee predicament of statelessness and its multiple correlates, with specific reference to Tibetans as well as Nalanda Buddhist philosophy and practice in the Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayan region. I would like to request Venerable Kaveri Gilla to kindly come up and address this gathering. Thank you.
Tashi Dele, and good evening, and it's a great honor for me to be here today on the 35th anniversary of the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So our chief guest, Honorable Sherik Kalon Thadlam Dolma La, our esteemed guests of honor, Director General of IBC, Mr. Abhijit Haldarji, the VP HR, Professor Lochanji of Delhi University, and the Director of Tibet House, Venerable Geshe-la, and the esteemed audience and our wonderful performers from TCF Samyeling. It's a real pleasure to be here. So the thing is, after you follow so many wonderful esteemed speakers, there's very little to say. But I want to, I think perhaps, set the context for today's panel. And I think what His Holiness did for Tibet in terms of internationalizing the issue from the 1990s. So we all know the history that in 1959, His Holiness came into exile. And as Professor Lochanji has just said, despite Tibetans thanking us, it's really the good fortune for India to have had the presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and all our Tibetan brothers and sisters with us in Arya Bhumi and India. So he, in internationalizing the issue of Tibet, he has gained universal empathy, respect, and put the Tibetan issue firmly on the international map. This is, of course, a population of 6 million in Tibet, and if you think about the numbers of issues in today's world alone, let alone over the last 65 years, that demand the world's attention in terms of justice, one can see how, what role His Holiness has played and what foresight he has shown. But of course, at a deeper level, what Abhijit Haldarji was just talking about in terms of interdependence, Pratit Samud Pad, which is basically applying the heart of the middle way logic that all beings and all things are equal in their desire for happiness and suffering. And whether we talk about this at the level of individuals, of communities, of countries, of races, and to actually have this realization and act on it, which both of the previous speakers have said is really the heart of attaining peace. If we are ever going to attain peace in this world, it's not about uttering the words, it's not about intellectually understanding these concepts, but it is actually about applying them. And this is what His Holiness the Dalai Lama has shown us through his own life. Now, it's only great thinking and great beings who can spin their own tragedy of losing their country and facing the greatest of losses. And as the Honorable Minister for Education reminded us, and Professor Gallo was invited very recently, he spoke in Delhi about the colonization of schools in Tibet, sending very young children as young as 4 to 6 years old into colonial boarding schools where Mandarin is the language. So it's only great beings and great thinking who can convert such situations to benefit the whole world. And as Venerable Geshe-la said, that actually 35 years ago, when His Holiness was awarded this Peace Prize, it was really a moment of great I would say good fortune for the whole world to see what is possible through this kind of thinking and this kind of commitment to values, this kind of courage and a principled commitment to peace and non-violence, which is born of his deepest sincere conviction and practice of ethics. Now, both the previous speakers have spoken wonderfully, and one of the big issues in social science when you talk about universal ethics is what about relativity? Mr. Abhijit Haldarji spoke about, if you go to Ethiopia, if you go to Mexico, people will have their own opinions on what is universal ethics, the relativity of ethics, and these are absolutely sincere and genuine issues that come up again and again. So here then, what His Holiness has come to is basically applying the middle way logic, the middle way philosophy logic at its deepest level to this question of what would be the common basis for something that looks like universal ethics. And that, exactly as Mr. Abhijit Haldarji said, is the notion of interdependence, which even the foremost social science thinkers in today's world on the question of non-violence, such as Hannah Arendt and many others, have used as an argument for practicing non-violence. And I say this because I have just finished teaching a course and I still have the marking to do, which is titled Great Powers and Non-Violence as Principle and Strategy in the specific context of China and Tibet. And there, what I have really learnt in the course of teaching, of course, it's always interdependence. So the fact of my having to teach this course, I also learned many things. And what I want to share with this audience today is the learnings that I have taken away. So number one, of course, is the horrors of violence. I think maybe I had not exactly comprehended to the degree to which we are using our human intelligence in today's world towards advancing techniques of violence. For example, the use of drones and AI in being able to kill other human beings, if not anonymously, also giving you a feeling of distance that you are not carrying that activity out. And of course, with great externalities and side effects. And of course, the root cause of all these kind of, wars, be they at the country level, community level, interreligious, racial levels, is this misconception of I and mine. And that misconception is really through thinking that somehow my community, my identity, I somehow stand in a self-supporting, independent way and not in an interdependent way. So Mr. Haldarji spoke about, how each country might think that it's the ethical thing to stand up for your own territory or your own people, right? But as His Holiness has put forward, and we see in today's reality, that there are absolutely never any winners from violence. If you look at the Russia and Ukraine war that has unfolded, although Russia is far more powerful in terms of military and many other ways, they have had a huge number of losses of lives. So there is never a winner in a violent game. And in reading the literature for this course, when I looked at the 2008 and 2010 sincere memorandums that the Tibetan people have put forward as a basis for dialogue with the CCP, then you actually see the sincerity and the courage and the conviction that is required to try and adhere to this principle of non-violence in an actual practice way. And despite, as the Honorable Minister was saying, all that has gone on and is still going on. And here, of course, what the literature also now shows on non-violence is that actually there are far greater chances of success of a non-violent stance. And the literature I'm referring to is people like Erika Chenoweth and others, many others. There's a far greater success, chances of success actually when you look at longitudinal data. And here I would like to say, our previous speaker was feeling not that hopeful, but I will only say that, you cannot just judge the success of a struggle by what the outcome is at a particular point, but actually also what the means are used to get to a certain end. And I think His Holiness's means that no matter what, if we are going to try and, stick to an approach that is non-violent, I think the long-term prognosis for the greatest probability of success from such a strategy that he has courageously displayed in his own life, with his own peoples, and as a role model for the whole world, is in his strategy that we will yet live to see a day where his dream, not only the Tibetan struggle, but actually the whole world is following strategies, as previous speakers spoke about, a more harmonious, peaceful world where people can live with each other without fear, and acknowledging each other's diversity and welcoming it. So today I really make a prayer that this lifetime's most principled adherence to peace and non-violence, as practiced and as role modeled for not just Tibetans but for the whole world by the Nobel Peace Laureate His Holiness the Dalai Lama, fructifies into justice and freedom for Tibet and into an example for other countries, other great powers and many others to showcase to them what is possible. In this context, Tibet House's activities, Kungala, the colleague here, showed a lot of what has been undertaken. And as the minister said earlier, it is not at all easy. So there will be a newsletter that you will all get to see, which illustrates the manifold activities that have been carried out at Tibet House. But if I had to put it into categories, really the big category is teachings. There are almost 6,000 students. It's a kind of a one-man university, if I have to put it very clearly. In English, the teachings are of a master's program level, a diploma program level, a certificate program level, introduction to Buddhism. In Tibetan, there are numerous key teachings that happen. There are a lot of activities in terms of teachings by invitation and retreats, both in person and online. There are the Tibetan language programs. There have been 12 international and national conferences in the last 2.5 years. There are annual and special teachings and lectures. There is a regular celebration of special days, at least about 10, 12 a year. There have been exhibitions at the museum. There are film screenings. And of course, there are publications and acquisitions by the library. So we are extremely grateful to Tibet House and Venerable Geshe-la for all he has done. And personally speaking, if I have to think about actually absorbing ethics, I have learned a lot from my Tibet House colleagues and staff. Because I'm always thinking that here are young people and they all have stories to tell about their own personal situations and what all they have gone through due to being a refugee in another country. And the way they have dealt with all this is something that for me personally helped to actually bring alive the teachings for myself. So with that, I would like to say that, it's really wonderful to have you all here. And I would like to also say that though our panel has wonderful speakers, there are also a lot of people in the audience here who are involved with universal ethics. We have representation from Mayur Gyan Nyas, who particularly work with schools and the underprivileged. There's Dr. Nishita Jagtiani, who has done a lot of work with 84,000. There's Dr. Kumud Bhansali, who has done a lot of work with universities and creative writing. There's Isar, who's representing also Menotila and Shikshantar School. And C-Learning was also meant to be with us, and hopefully we can get them in the future. So there's a lot of people in this room working towards actually in practical terms, apart from the panel members that we will hear about in the next panel. And so I again welcome you all. Thank you so much. And thank you to Tibet House for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Kavri Gilla. Now with this, we move on to the main event highlights of today's evening session, which is the certificate announcement ceremony. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about the launch of the Nalanda Master's Course. The first batch of Nalanda Master's Course was launched on 9 December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, with Sri Kiran Rijijuji, the Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Master's Course, batch 1, was completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. The second batch of Nalanda Master's Course on Nalanda Buddhist Philosophy was started in July, in which around 1,797 participants were enrolled from 67 different countries. And now we have, as you can see on the screen, we have the Nalanda Diploma course, which was launched in the year 2018. 4 batches has been successfully completed so far. Nalanda Diploma course, which is a 14-month course, was designed specifically to accommodate people who are more seriously interested in Buddhist philosophy. While being in the midst of busy schedule with other engagement and commitments, till now we have successfully completed with 4 batches, and in fact we are absolutely delighted to announce the recent commencement of the 5th batch of Nalanda Diploma course on 2nd October 2024 with a total registration of 2,084 participants from 63 different countries across the globe. And now we have the Nalanda Certificate course. The first batch of the Nalanda Certificate course was started in the year 2022 with 981 students. The second batch of the Nalanda Certificate course was commenced on 7 January 2024 with a total registration of 1,168 participants from 62 different countries. And as you can see, this is the picture of the first batch of the Nalanda Master's Course students, with our director, Venerable Dosha Geshe Doje Damdula, and His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. And let me give you a brief introduction about the audience and blessings we had with His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama on 2nd June 2023. Close to 500 students who have recently graduated or are currently studying in the Nalanda Master's Course, Nalanda Diploma course offered by the Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and the oral transmission which was given by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama on J. Rinpoche's In Praise of Dependent Arising. Now with this, may I request our Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, to kindly do the honor of presenting the certificate to the participants of Nalanda Diploma course batch 4. And I would also like to inform you that as of now, the participants who have joined with us today, they could make it today, and we have many students across the globe who are not able to participate for today's event, but we will try to make sure that we will send the certificates via email, and we will send the soft copy and the hard copy as well. So may I request our Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, to kindly do the honor of presenting the certificates to our participants who have joined with us today. We have Ashish Mehta, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. Mr. Ashish Mehta. Ms. Namrata Tata. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Ms. Namrata Tata, NDC 4. And then we have Ms. Tanzin Hadullah, Nalanda Diploma course batch 4. And then we have Lee Kwang Nan, Nalanda batch 4, Nalanda Diploma course batch 4. And now we have Tripura Kashyap Ji. Tripura Kashyap Ji, Nalanda Diploma course batch 4. Olga Jatseva, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. Miss Kama Jombala, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. And then we have Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4 participants. And then we have Ms. Karma Sichula, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. Ms. Karma Sichula. And then, thank you. And then we have Mr. Vikram Kupchandji, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. And then we have Antara Painji, and now we have Albina Bakhtova, Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. Right, we have, then we'll move on to Mr. Garab Dorje Sharpala, the participant from Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4, and from the Nalanda Certificate course, batch 2. And then we have Miss Min Dang, thank you very much, Ms. Talam Domala. Now I request Sri Abhijit Haldarji to kindly do the honor of presenting the certificate to our Nalanda Certificate course, batch 2 participants. We have Miss Min Dang, participant of Nalanda Certificate batch 2 and Nalanda Diploma course, batch 4. Then we have Miss Preeti Tiwari ji, Nalanda Certificate course, batch 2. Now we have Alexander Rosel Yakov. Alexander Rosel Yakov from Nalanda Certificate course, batch 2. Then Isar Bari from NDC 4. And then we have Mr. Tundup Cespel, Nalanda Certificate course, batch 2. And now we have, may I request Deborah Smith to kindly come up? Miss Deborah Smith. Right. Thank you very much, Sri Abhijit Haldarji. Thank you very much for the honor. And now I would like to request our guest of honor, Professor Amarjiva Lochanji, to kindly do the honor of presenting the certificates to the passing out student of the 27th batch of Tibetan language course. First we have Mr. Divyanshu Sharma ji. the beginner's level, participant of the beginner's level of Tibetan language course. Mr. Harshit Bhagat ji. Mr. Harshit Bhagat completed the beginner's level of 27 batch of Tibetan language course. May I invite Miss Sonam Domala? Miss Sonam Domala, participant from the beginner's level of the Tibetan language course. Mr. Zahir Abbas Khanji. Mr. Zahir Abbas Khanji. Then we have Miss Min Dang once again, who is the participant of the 27 batch of Tibetan language course, advanced level. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Tenzin Samchokla, who has completed the advanced level of the Tibetan language course. Mr. Tenzin Samchokla. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sri Professor Amarjiva Lochanji. I will request all of you to kindly be seated now, and we will proceed to the final event of today's inaugural session, for which I would like to invite our publication and museum in charge, Mr. Tamding Wangila, to kindly proceed with the event. Mr. Tamding Wangila.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, participants joining us through Tibet House YouTube channel. I am Tamding Wangil, publication in charge of Tibet House. Today, I am standing here to announce the winners of the research paper competition for Tibet House journal Sambhota on the theme of Tibetan language and literature, history, and philosophy, organized by Tibet House. So let me give a brief introduction about the Tibet House journal Sambhota. Tibet House prestigious journal Sambhota has been a cornerstone of Tibetan scholarly work since 1988, published in the Tibetan language. Sambhota has served as a vital platform for research and study in Tibetan and Buddhist studies, culture, arts, history. Over the last 35 years, we have published 11 volumes featuring 99 articles by eminent Tibetan scholars. In 2024, Tibet House organized a research paper competition in the Tibetan language, drawing 48 participants from different institutions across India and all over the world. To ensure complete impartiality in the evaluation process, we opened it to external experts as judges, deliberately choosing scholars from outside Tibet House. I extended my heartfelt gratitude to judges for their meticulous evaluation and dedication to their important tasks. So I am pleased to announce that we will be publishing Sambhota Series 12 in the next year, which will continue to serve as a valuable resource for readers and scholars interested in Tibet House publication. Now, it gives me a pleasure to announce the winners of our research paper competition. The first prize goes to the Mr. Rinzing Lhindup from Dalai Lama Institution, Bangalore. The second prize goes to Venerable Lote Chosang from Kriti Monastery, Dharamshala. And then third prize is presented to Ms. Liu Lhamo from Sara College of Higher Tibetan Studies. And additionally, we are pleased to present consolation prize for the 10 scholars. First, Mr. Jingmei Gyatso, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then Venerable Karma Pimba, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Varanasi, and then Mr. Wonchuk Gyanze from Sara College of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then Venerable Suba Gyatso from Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then Venerable Gishi T. Yongtu from Mary Monastery, Venerable Kesang Tengyong from Serache Monastery, Mr. Jaimyang Thundup from Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then Mr. Sring Santu from Sara College of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then Mr. Dawa Fubu. Then 10th, we have Pasang Tsiring, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, and then 11th, Tenzing Chujik, Pedion School Teacher, Dharamshala, and then Mr. Sang Doji Shaba, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies. So I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners and participants. Your contributions have not only enriched our academic discourse, but also preserved and advanced Tibetan rich culture and language. So thank you all. Now, I'm delighted to speak about one of the Tibet House most significant academic initiative, the Thonmi Sambhota Scholarship and its Sambhota series. So let me briefly introduce Sambhota Scholarship. Since its inception in 1989, the Sambhota series has served as a testament to our commitment to preserve and advancing Buddhist and Tibetan studies through the scholarly publications in both Tibetan and English. So this prestigious series honors the legacy of Thonmi Sambhota, the 7th century scholar whose development of Tibetan script proved instrumental in preserving Tibet's rich cultural heritage. So our journey began with our first fellowship recipient, Mr. Pimba Dorje. Mr. Pimba Dorje, whose groundbreaking research on the stupa and its technology. A Tibeto-Buddhist perspective set a high standard for the scholarship program over the years. We have successfully published 22, not this one, and we have successfully published 22 volumes in this series, and each receiving the enthusiastic response from our dedicated readerships. So I'm particularly pleased to announce that 2021 to 2023, Tibet House expands its commitment by offering 3 new scholarships under the title of His Holiness the Dalai Lama Scholarship for Advanced Studies. Following the rigorous selection process assisted by our invited panel for experts, we chose 3 exceptional candidates based on their academic achievements, research interest, and scholarly potential. So our current fellowship recipients are Mr. Xiao Damjing from Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies on the topic, A Critical Analysis of Ladakh Alchi's Tibetan Stone Inscriptions. And second, we have Venerable Gishi Kesang Tengyong on the topic, A Historical Account of Profound Madhyamika View from Acharya Nagarjuna up to the 14th Dalai Lama. And third, we have Venerable Gishi Ngawang Topde on the topic, How the Middle Way View held by all Tibetan Buddhist schools converge into one. So I am delighted to report that all 3 scholars have successfully completed their research work. We anticipate publishing their research works in 2025. So further enriching our collections of academic literature on Buddhist and Tibetan studies. So thank you all. Now, it's my great honor to welcome you all today as we gather here to celebrate this auspicious occasion of Nobel Peace Prize. With this auspicious occasion, the launch of the remarkable work on the tracing the footprints of Jezongaba, an extraordinary illustrated biography by the Tibetan scholar Choji Kindun Pesang. So regarding the biography and enlightened activities of J. Jamgön Lama Tsongkhapa, many scholars in Tibet and exile have written numerous biographies using their intellectual abilities. So among these, tracing the footprints of Jezongaba, written by the Choje Gindumpasang, among from Tibet, sets its unique visual narrative featuring an impressive collections of 485 photo illustrations that bring Jezongaba's remarkable journey to the life before our eyes. So during the process of writing this book by the author spent many years traveling throughout the Tibet, particularly in Uyezang region, Central Tibet, personally visiting the places where Jezongaba engaged in study, contemplation, and meditation, and his activities of teaching, debating, and composition. So this book serves as a reminder of Rinpoche's activities and accomplishment with photo illustrations, and we are very pleased to present this precious book to the readers. And then with respect to the second book to be launched today is also very precious research paper collections of conference on Theravada in Mayana. This book is based on the paper presented by eminent scholars from Pali and Sanskrit tradition at the conference. It's a collection of the academic papers from the 13 eminent scholars both in Pali and Sanskrit tradition. So I am honored to introduce a remarkable volume that brings together two important traditions of Buddhist teaching, Theravada and Mayana traditions. This book came from remarkable conference organized by Tibet House, where eminent scholars from the Pali and Sanskrit traditions came together to explore the profound topics of Theravada and Mayana philosophy of ultimate reality and its practice, and to discuss how both traditions understand the nature of reality. As we launch this book today, we are not just releasing our collections of academic papers, we are offering a bridge between traditions, dialogue across the century, and most importantly, a pathway to understand the ultimate reality that lies at the heart of all the Buddhist practice. So third, we have a publication to be launched today is the special edition of the Tibet House News Bulletin, activities spanning the period from April 2022 to December 2024. This bulletin is compiled and edited by Venerable Professor Kaviri Gilji. She is here with us today. Thank you, Professor Kaviri Gilji. Now I would like to request our chief guest, Honorable Kanu Mrs. Thalam Tumla, and other distinguished dignitaries to kindly proceed with the official book launch. Thank you all. So through this stage, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all the contributors, editors, and everyone who has put this tremendous effort to make this project a success. I sincerely hope these books will benefit all the wisdom seekers. So finally, for those interested in obtaining copies of these two precious works, you may place your order either leaving your email address at the reception desk, or you can order through Tibet House publication at publication@tibethouse.in. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thamting Wangila. Now with this, without any further ado, I would like to conclude today's inaugural session. And before that, I would like to first of all thank our chief guest for today's event, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Domala, Central Tibetan Administration, and our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldarji, and Professor Amarjiwa Lochanji, and the very convener of our today's event, Venerable Professor Kavarila, and last but not the least, our director, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, for always guiding us with his determination and making us always motivated about what we do. Thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to I would also like to thank all of our participants who are present here to participate in this grand celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Nobel Peace Prize Day, which was awarded Nobel Peace Prize Medal and Diploma, which was awarded to His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. With this, I would like to conclude today's inaugural session, and we'll be moving forward to the next session of today's event, which is the panel discussion on universal ethics. And while we proceed with the next session, I would like to request all of you to kindly enjoy yourself with the screen. We'll be screening the speech of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama during the time when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in the Oslo City Hall, Norway, in the year 1989. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Today, the 10th of December, you shall be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Today, and I think that it is a matter of significance that this day also is the birthday of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Could anything be more appropriate than to celebrate this day by giving the Peace Prize to you, to a man now recognized all over the world as one of the most prominent spokesmen for the human rights as the very foundation for a true, just, and lasting peace. And accordingly, I now call upon Your Holiness The 14th Dalai Lama, will you please enter the podium and receive the Nobel Peace Prize for 1989 with the gold medal and the diploma. Enter the podium and receive the Nobel Peace Prize for 1989
관계 도저히 녀손에 다 담제 방배제 담배 전에 전제 포담들과 차선고 관계 도저히 녀손에 다 담제 방배
First, let me say a few words in Tibetan. 엔데야다 노르웨기 개부초당 아니 지 노벨 시디 차게 아니 조종 총면나봐 아니 치료 보면 현재리야 쉬야리야 아니 별 강정이 정기
조종 총면나봐
아니 샤게 개론
아니 치료 보면 현재리야 쉬야리야
아니 취지다
아니 별 강정이 정기
다가 나바 산제베 하다 태포치 중 나도 제베 다시 다 남기닝부 동닝이 주 선도 주베 다 남지리야
태포치 중
즉 소송원에라 즉 시에는 대바타베 타네 냐면체 미래 이나야 강변 지변 타네
소송원에라
즉 다 판도 현재에 된 거다
냐면체
아니 양거 타고 전도 나는 말람기
강변 지변
단저 미세신 요대베
현재에 된
아니 강전 종기
아니 양거 타고 전도
電視
나도 말람기
電視機的這一談大嚟啊，是他生如果追住，是的，國家number，他是抗用團呢，是的，國家把它抗用進去追住，點解現在的米之類啊，睇嚟，那呢，啊，實際差個，這年代前，點解是，但係差不多，啊，這個我呢，是的，實際上，這包括點這個。是不是搞不清了？啊，这个怎么地讲了？有代表我那啦，就谈谈呗，da，实际上强制了呀，那个有点个，就没啥老的，但是他搞用过上不去，真的是，现在是差不多，哎呢，强制了呀，这个有啥呢？什么老的都写是是呀，经常，哎呢，特别的那就的，哎呢。그 미만게 장den게 타제 쉐베데 그다 뭐냐 지금 점림 미만 야교요 때에 다 나바 세버치 전에 도스리 근데 이미 인도잖아요 지금 뭐냐 쉐베데 다동이나야 점림 미만 나라돌이야 야교요 타네 요때 하다 그다 지금 덴바 타세 뭐냐 그다 지금 교류 용도야 라와다 나라미야라 디리션야 제도 말하면은 다 편제 강용진 차원의 이제는 마음발이나야 다시 대배타 sen 뭐냐다네 다시 zam불린 심디가 뭐냐 지다 시디지가 지기지야 자스미 되지다 지기지야 라는 시디차게 되지다 다시 디기기 님한테 잡에 zam불린 중나산데 나는 되려다 배수 다스 차이
Every year, on the evening of the prize-giving ceremony, the people of Oslo hold a torchlight procession through their city in honor of the Nobel laureate. Every year, on the evening of the prize-giving ceremony, the people of Oslo hold a torchlight procession through their city in honor of the Nobel laureate.
Thank you very much. And now I would request our guest of honor, Mrs. Thalam Domala, our chief guest, Mrs. Thalam Domala, our guest of honor, Shri Abhijit Haldarji, Professor Amarjiva Lochanji, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, to kindly take the seats so that we can move forward with the panel discussion on universal ethics. And I request all the participants to kindly be seated. We will begin the panel discussion within 5 minutes.
Parliamentarians from Norway, Germany, America and Britain were among the many who participated. Also there were 2 ministers from the Tibetan government in exile, Kalong Lodigeri and Kalong Kashiwangbu.
You take it. Back up. Make a corridor. Please. Make a corridor. Make a corridor, please. Camera, please. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Long live Tibet!
Oh, yeah. Push it.
Long live Tibet! 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 Long live Tibet!
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Region of Samiland, or Lapland as it is more commonly known. He was there as the official guest of the Sami Parliament of Northern Norway.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient. We'll begin the panel discussion within 2 minutes.
känt att det var nödvändigt.
Jo då, han är ju snart. Då fick du ju träffa på Elia. Ja, vi ska ju dock loss och träffa bak på linjen. Okej, då gör vi det. Ja, kom igen.
When you come close to the end,
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform all of you that the panel discussion for universal ethics will try to wrap it up at the earliest concern. And after that, I would like to inform you that we have arranged a very special dinner for all of you. So that's why I would like to request all of you to kindly stay behind till the time we finish our panel discussion on universal ethics. Thank you.
Since my childhood, I keen desires to see this animal. Now not only see, but have a fun. Very good. Thank you.
계주 계고 다와 중립의 최중이 홍사 겸균 전부 초기 신변기 제바 til레 치다 남배 최다 당이 전부 간디 시공 사무 실송 세매 시외 탑주 코나라 땡데 hö든 덴다 세다 제니 매중 세상강의 경류 체라 잠링키 계고남기 이와 박매도 초대 년차진의 노벨 시대 신다 büşen나네 밀로소니 코웨 계산기 뒤신들 랑차 벽이 되가 속배 규제와 남기 계획 같은 이장 슈대 케차균라 노벨 되야시 불람 용어슈
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I take this opportunity to kindly begin with the panel discussion on universal ethics, for which, first of all, I would like to call upon our chairperson for today's event, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla, to kindly come up on stage. And I would like to request our esteemed panelists, Dr. Nivedita Chalilji, Dr. Nilza Wangula, and Dr. Bharti Puriji to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to all our esteemed panelists for today's panel discussion on universal ethics. Thank you very much. As we all know, that today it is really an auspicious occasion celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Nobel Peace Prize Medal and Diploma, which was awarded to His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama. And at the same time, Tibet House is absolutely delighted to host this very panel discussion on universal ethics with our esteemed speakers for today's event. With this, first of all, I would like to request our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to kindly do the honor of presenting the souvenir and the white scarf to our chairperson and the panelists. Now, may I request our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla, to kindly do the honor of presenting the souvenir and the white scarf to our panelists. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Nivedita Chalilji. And then we have our second panelist, Dr. Nilza Wangula. And our third panelist for today's event, Dr. Bharti Puriji from IIT Delhi. Thank you, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla. Now may I take the opportunity to request Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla to kindly proceed the session for today's panel discussion. Thank you.
Good evening once again, Honorable Minister for Education, Kalon Sherik, and the Director of Tibet House, Venerable Geshe, our esteemed audience. So we are running behind schedule, so I will just keep this introduction brief. I just wanted to say that women's empowerment is on evidence here. The education minister is a woman, and so are the panelists. So round of applause. This is something His Holiness has wanted very much. The other thing I really want to say today is that, we know about His Holiness's 4 commitments, about promoting universal ethics, about promoting interreligious harmony, about promoting the language, culture, and everything about Tibet, and more recently, ancient Indian wisdom traditions to revive them. I just want to say that, on a personal note, the more I learn about His Holiness's life, the more I understand why really the epithet great applies to him. And I say this because in many of these areas, there are 2 things that stand out about his thinking, which really puts me in awe, given that he did not have a modern education in the traditional sense. It was self-study and due to the situation of Tibet. So 2 things about his approach. Number 1, that he is always thinking far into the future, even centuries or at least decades ahead. Why do I say this? Because, for example, in the context of universal ethics, he has likened ethics to water, values to water, and any kind of religion as tea, which you may add or not. But he has wanted this to be taken into the spheres, into the universal secular spaces of educational institutions, higher and school level. And he has done this. Rare is it that you see somebody who actually represents a religion who tries to think in such a way that they are taking this out of their own and other religions and putting it in such a sphere. And I can give countless other examples in every context where he has gone against the grain or he has thought in a very modern way. I would say in the religious sphere, he has tried to modernize in many things, like, for example, on Mount Meru, on, now in the light of the modern cosmology, on the Shugden issue, he has stood up very courageously for what is right, what is just. So this is something very striking about his approach. I would say that this is really the thing, that the more one learns about his life, the more it strikes one. So today, I will not stand between you and this wonderful panel. The remit for us today was really to look at universal ethics as a commitment of His Holiness, which is taken into very different spheres. So we have 3 wonderful speakers who are going to speak about this universal ethics in the context of mental health, and counseling and arts-based therapy. Somebody who's going to speak about this taken in forwards in education in the Himalayas. And we have somebody who's going to reflect on this in the context of ecology and climate change and many other things that are very relevant to our age. So I will briefly introduce all our 3 speakers at the start, so then we can just proceed with the panel and hopefully have time for Q&A at the end. So our first speaker is Dr. Nivedita Chalil, who's actually here with us from Dubai. And she's going to speak about From Theory to Practice, Reflections on Offering a Course in Applied Buddhist Psychology. She's the founder of ART, a mental health initiative that offers counseling and arts-based therapy services for people dealing with mental health issues. ART also provides various workshops and training programs for individual groups and organizations. She's a trained occupational therapist, an arts-based therapist, and a psychiatric social worker with a doctorate from TIS. She has provided care in diverse mental health settings ranging from hospitals to rehabilitation centers, and has worked in crisis areas such as suicide prevention and disaster relief post-earthquakes and tsunamis, and during COVID, I know as well. She's a student of Buddhist philosophy from Tibet House, New Delhi, and facilitates courses on applied Buddhist psychology with the aim of bringing this profound wisdom and compassion to our daily lives. Our next speaker is Dr. Nilsa Wangmo, who got her bachelor and master's degree from Delhi University. She was a UGC JRF Fellow and was awarded a PhD degree from JNU in 2018. She attended the Mind and Life Summer Research Institute at Garrison, New York in 2016. She's taught at the Central Institute of Buddhist Studies, Leh in 2020. She has worked for the global launch of C-Learning in New Delhi in 2019. She's worked as a research associate for the International Buddhist Confederation. She has also participated in various conferences and program series for the Global Peace Foundation on Facets of Faith 2020 and Earth Day Network India on interfaith dialogues on investing in our planet. She was a visiting faculty at IGNCA, Ministry of Culture. She was a consultant with the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India until October 2024. Her aim and vision is to study and share the rich philosophy of the Nalanda Panditas, complementing it with modern science as envisioned and advised by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. To add, she is also a student of Nalanda Master's course, or she graduate of the first one and part of the second. And she's going to speak about universal ethics through education in the Himalayas. And our third speaker is Dr. Bharti Puri. She is faculty at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. She teaches courses in political philosophy, ethics, Buddhism, critical thinking, amongst others. She has worked and continues to work and find meaning on the interface and interstices of politics, religion, thought, literature, and culture. She supervises graduate students and work in a diverse range of areas specializing in literature and animals, the idea of justice in national park regions, political thinkers and critical environmental thinkers, Sikh philosophy and Buddhist philosophy. She has taught environmental philosophy to postgraduate students. She has varied interests in music, arts, and children's literatures. She used to be an avid walker and aspires to understand nature in the process of walking and trekking again. She has lived in Ladakh while working on a project on Buddhist monasteries, and she's undertaken projects with the UGC in Keynote and with DFID on religion and development. Her book on Engaged Buddhism, The Dalai Lama's Worldview, was published by Oxford University Press in 2006. It was reprinted in 2009. And it delineates the discourse of the Dalai Lama. One of the significant chapters brings through the significance of thinking ecologically, whose relevance is striking in the following words: we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. The Buddha, as quoted in the Dhammapad. And she's going to speak about ecology and ethics. And this is the official biographies. Unofficially, they are hugely inspirational. And for me, as fellow Sangha members, and warm welcome. Please give a warm welcome to all of them.
Should I make it larger?
No, it's okay. I just have to hit, right? Perfect. Okay. Good evening. Namaste. Tashidele. So happy to be here and so happy to see all of you. Immense amount of gratitude to Geshe-la, to Tibet House, always for organizing these programs, for very kindly keeping it open for all of us. Today, of course, we also have esteemed chief guest with us, like Venerable Kaveri La said, women power, especially in the area of education. Thank you. We've had wonderful speakers so far. So whatever I share right now, I want you to also think about it in the context of what our chief guest shared about NEP and the context of education, what Venerable Geshe-la said about making sure that education is complete, about what Mr. Haldar said about Western and Eastern Hill. Do you remember? Perspectives, no? About what Professor Amarjiva said about connecting with who we are, not losing sight of who we are. The wonderful TCV children who are not here at the moment, but what a precious performance. And really reminding us of the joy and music and the fact that we can celebrate so much. And of course, all of you for being here, for listening, and for celebrating this momentous occasion. I want to share something silly because I think it's important. When my daughter was 2 or 3 years old, she would run, sometimes she would race with me. And each time at the end of the race, she would look back at me saying, "Mama, how was it?" And I would look at her saying, "Wow, that's fantastic." Even if I could run faster than her. I can't anymore, but at that time I could. Why am I saying this? Because standing here on the occasion of the 35th anniversary of His Holiness receiving the Nobel Peace Prize, talking about what we have been doing, feels like that 2-year-old who's looking at her mama saying, "How fast am I running?" Okay? And with the same kindness that perhaps as a mother we look at our child, I know our teachers look at us. Except that perhaps here it's not a 2-year-old looking at her mother, it's perhaps with His Holiness, it's perhaps Usain Bolt and faster, right? But while we stand here, I feel truly, truly humbled to speak about our work. And I offer it with a sense of recognizing how much further we have to go and how much kindness with which the teachers look at us. So for all of us, wherever we are, we can move, we can take actions in our small circles, however big or small they may be. We can bring peace into the way we live. We can bring it into the way we are, and we can bring it into all the circles that we engage with. So it is with that hope and that aspiration that I offer today's presentation for you. So the Earth experience. Earth started as a mental health organization. I've been counseling and offering counseling to adults and children with mental health issues now for about 25 years. 5 years, 10 years of offering counseling. And then something began to trouble me, saying something's not okay. I couldn't always put my finger on it. But over a period of time, I began to realize multiple things. Offering counseling or mental health services felt a little like there's been an accident and then you're offering treatment or cure, what we call as a curative approach, saying there's a problem, now let us fix it. Given the range of mental health issues that we kept seeing increasing over the past 25 years, including the use of technology, media, and all that it's done, we realized that a curative model is not making sense. The reason I've put an accident scene image there is frankly because it many times felt like there's a road on which there's a big ditch and people are falling into that ditch. And here we were as mental health professionals with good intention, but staying on the opposite side of the ditch doing treatment. Would it not make sense to come on this side of the ditch and tell people, hey, there's a ditch? Would it not make sense to instead guide them and help them prevent falling into the ditch? What we would call as a preventive and promotive approach. And these were questions which began bothering me. And like me, I'm sure it bothered many other mental health professionals as well. The other things which also worried me was, how many in this group have heard the terms self-esteem, low self-esteem? My self-esteem is low, my confidence is low, yes? And in mental health, it is a big buzzword. If you look at social websites or you type a Google word hit on low self-esteem, you will find billions of websites. Okay? But if you ask, what is self? Now the answer becomes a little bit fuzzy. So we talk about concepts like self-esteem, but we don't have clarity on what is self. So those were also challenges that we faced in our work. The other part of it is if you follow a mental health model, many times I could be feeling very good about myself, but I may not be a very nice person. Similarly, I may not be feeling good about myself, but I may be a very good person. Where was the connection between what was happening inside us, in our minds, and our engagement with the world? These were all questions that continued to gnaw at us. So there was a need to search for something a little bit more comprehensive, a little bit more holistic. I was very, very fortunate. I met wonderful teachers, including Geshe-la. And I was able to start understanding and beginning to study Buddhist thought and Buddhist philosophy. And what this did was it gave a sense of all of these answers getting resolved. And then we said, okay, maybe we should offer this as a course. It felt slightly audacious because really I don't think we were prepared. But thanks to the support and guidance of all our teachers, we were able to start this exercise. This was the quote, one of the quotes used by His Holiness in his Nobel Prize acceptance speech. I will read it because I think it's extremely profound. He's saying that I believe all suffering is caused by ignorance, and that people inflict pain on others in the selfish pursuit of their happiness or satisfaction. Yet, true happiness comes from a sense of inner peace and contentment, which in turn must be achieved through the cultivation of altruism, of love and compassion, and the elimination of ignorance, selfishness, and greed. This, in some ways, is a sum, frankly, of a mental health approach. It's talking not only about what is happening on the inside, but also what is happening on the outside. And it was with this in mind that we launched the course on applied Buddhist psychology. So while one of the earlier speakers spoke about how one can spread this knowledge through philosophy and religion, I do feel there is another way in which one can spread this wisdom. It's through really mental health. And mental health should not only be the domain or area of experts. Mental health is for all of us. With this course, what we tried to do was merge both Buddhist view and method. We did not want to remove method from this wisdom of impermanence, of interdependence, pratitya samutpada, which we've been hearing about, right? And as we began this course with the intention of merging the two and at the same time making it fun, making it light, making it accessible for all, we did not want to necessarily look at schools, because while schools, there were wonderful programs like SEE or Ayurganyas, which had initiated. We said, what about the adults? Because the adults are the one who are now helping bring children up. Can we target that group? So we began working with the adults. Then, of course, was the next and critical question, saying how to find people and what should the content be. When we talk about the view, this is really, in some ways, what we would like to explore. If you look at this, all of us have a view about ourselves. How many of us in this room have an adjective that we use for ourselves? I am a perfectionist. I am an overthinker. I'm very late for everything. I'm not good enough. Yes? So many special adjectives that we have. What is this? This is a story about ourselves that we have told ourselves for long. Similarly, we have stories about the world. The world is not a good place. Nobody supports us. Or the opposite, the world is amazing. Everybody is waiting to help, right? We have stories about us. We have stories about the world. We have stories about us in the world. Yes, that if I go here, it will be like this. Suppose suddenly I have to stand in a public space and give a talk. I will blank out. I will not be able to talk. And most importantly, we also believe these stories to be absolutely true. We hold them so tightly. So what we wanted the view to do through bringing in impermanence, through bringing in interdependence, is to build a little bit of courage to question all of this and examine how real are these stories. Because only then can we break through our own notion of self, our own notion through selfishness, ignorance, and move towards altruism. Within practice, of course, the Buddhist path is so very rich. Whether it is meditation, whether it's mindfulness, bodhicitta, paramitas, all of this offers a plethora of ways in which one can bring this wisdom into our daily life. Now, while this part in some ways felt very supported and anchored, the next question was, how many of us want the world to change? That there are many things wrong with the world. Yes? But how many of us really want to change? The less hands go up. No? Everybody, government, infrastructure, war, conflict. We want everything to change. You know, in Bombay, my favorite pastime is to sit and talk to the autowalas. They've got incredible suggestions for the government. Okay? The government may not be taking their suggestions, but great suggestions. So we all want change. We all have ideas about how everybody else can change. What becomes the bit of the problem we can't see? Self. So this course was really about saying, can we take that wonderful lens of our mind and can we turn it a little bit inward? So while we began this, we were very, very fortunate. Not only the support of our teachers, we began with the Applied Buddhist Psychology course in 2017-18 in Mumbai. That time, of course, pre-COVID, we could see human faces and bodies, not only like the Zoom windows of seeing neck and above. We were also fortunate in 2018 to be able to take the course to Chennai in partnership with an organization called BAM. And we began running the course in both places, Bombay as well as Chennai for the next 3 to 4 years. Then, of course, in 2020, as we all know, lovely COVID hit. Good thing, of course, was the support of technology, and that really felt like an immense blessing. So in 2020, our courses went online. We went online with the Bombay course, we went online with the Chennai course, and by then we also started realizing how immense was the need for Buddhist psychology, this wisdom and compassion, and also the openness of participants who were willing to not only engage with the content, but really also start building and changing their own lives. We began developing smaller training workshops. We started running smaller programs. We began working with vulnerable groups. We worked with children who were staying in shelter homes. We worked for groups with cancer. We worked for women's groups. We then last year started conducting residential retreats on different topics. One was, of course, called Self in the World, looking at how we position ourselves. Then, of course, in development of patience as not just a paramita, but even as a simple skill that one can use in all our relationships and work. We began in Dubai mindfulness gatherings, which was a bit of an experiment, but I missed the dharma rain that India gives us. So it was really small attempts at saying, can we build our Sangha and community there? And with the support of wonderful people there, we were able to start both online and offline workshops. In sum, what I want to share with you is our learnings. While this profound wisdom and teachings seem extremely holistic and complete, there is a great need for this in almost every single person that I have met, whether they have been clients, whether they have been participants of the workshop, and it gives me great joy to have some participants here. There has been such an incredible openness and kindness of our students and participant groups, which I really have felt very grateful for. It really demonstrates the fact that in a world which is changing so rapidly, there is a need for people to feel anchored. And this offers us a space of finding refuge in logic, in wisdom, in being able to transform your own minds through a very close examination of how our mind works and what can we do to move towards from gross to more subtle ways of improving our own mind. The second aspect, which has been a critical part of our learning, has been the role of the teacher, because our teachers have been our pillars of support. The teachings and the texts have been our basic guide and framework. And this larger Sangha and community, while of course initially it was meant as the Arya Sangha, but now, frankly, especially after moving into a land where Dharma is not as widespread, we hold on to each other, because what this gives us is a space to talk about Dharma, to filter and make sure our understanding is becoming a little bit more refined, and we are able to study and practice. The third and critical learning has been what His Holiness and all our teachers have been explaining to us as the Nalanda way. What happens when you study? For example, we understand a concept like impermanence. This panel discussion started. It is somewhere in the process now, and at some point it will end. Yes? We can see gross impermanence quite easily, but to move towards subtler ways of understanding impermanence requires not only study, but to stay with the topic for some period of time, to practice so we can start embodying it in some way. Through this course, what we also found is with each year of teaching, with each workshop we took, it served as its own cycle of studying, contemplation, practice, studying, contemplation, practice. And that, while of course many students and participants have said how helpful it's been, the biggest beneficiary has been us, so for which we stay immensely grateful. And of course, the most important thing that His Holiness and all our teachers speak about is that perhaps if it feels like we are selfish, how many in this room say they are selfish? You can raise your hand. There's no judgment and no one's looking. We can be wisely selfish. What does it mean to be wisely selfish? Is that we recognize we are all interconnected. And when we recognize we are interconnected, none of us can be unhappy while the others are happy. If there's war going on in many, many parts of the world, it doesn't mean that the rest of us will be able to rest easy. As this globe has shrunk in size in some way, interconnectedness is really here. So can we look at building ourselves so that we are able to stay more present and more engaged and more altruistic with each, which is really a practice of all the universal ethics that we've been learning and talking about. And with that, I'll offer the last prayer that His Holiness had mentioned at the end of his speech, saying, I pray for all of us, oppressor and friend, that together we succeed in building a better world through human understanding and love, and that in doing so we may reduce the pain and suffering of all sentient beings. Thank you very much.
So while I wait for my PPT,
This is the screen which is coming up. Okay. So you can just press this one.
all right. So good evening, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank Tibet House for giving me this opportunity. So today I'm going to be talking on universal ethics through education in the Himalayas. So I was actually really thinking that on this special day we all must watch the His Holiness's acceptance speech, which Tibet House program did, but it was just the Tibetan part, and I have just quoted a few of the excerpts from the Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, which was later given by His Holiness in English. And in my third slide, Dr. Nivedita ji has already encapsulated, mentioned the last second. Excuse me, I think there's some problem with my. Okay, yeah. So I'm just going to be reading. Yeah, there's some issue with.
This is not that is
Okay, all right. Awesome. Okay, I'll have to. Thank you. So I'll just read out some few of the excerpts. I thought it was very important to read out this acceptance speech. I'm just going to quote His Holiness. I'm very happy to be here with you today to receive the Nobel Prize for Peace. I feel honored and humbled and deeply moved that you should give this important prize to a simple monk from Tibet. I'm no one special, but I believe the prize is a recognition of the true values of altruism, love, compassion, and non-violence, which I try to practice in accordance with the teachings of the Buddha and the great sages of India and Tibet. I accept this prize with profound gratitude on behalf of the oppressed everywhere and for all those who struggle for freedom and work for world peace. And of course, I accept it on the behalf of the 6 million Tibetan people, my brave countrymen and women inside Tibet, who have suffered and continue to suffer so much. The prize reaffirms our conviction that with truth, courage, and determination as our weapons, Tibet will be liberated. No matter what part of the world we come from, we are all basically the same human beings. We all seek happiness and try to avoid suffering. We have the same basic human needs and concerns. All of us human beings want freedom and the right to determine our own destiny as individuals and as peoples. That is human nature. And the next two excerpts which Dr. Niveditaji already mentioned. As a Buddhist monk, my concern extends to all members of the human family and indeed to all sentient beings who suffer. I believe all suffering is caused by ignorance. People inflict pain on others in the selfish pursuit of their happiness or satisfaction. Yet, true happiness comes from the sense of inner peace and contentment, which in turn must be achieved through the cultivation of altruism, of love and compassion, and elimination of ignorance, selfishness, and greed. And the last one as well, I pray for all of us, oppressor and friend, that together we succeed in building a better world through human understanding and love, and that in doing so we may reduce the pain and suffering of all sentient beings. With this, I'd also like to quote His Holiness from the book Beyond Religion. It is through giving warmth and affection, through being genuinely concerned for others, in other words, through compassion, that we gain the conditions for genuine happiness. And as Mahatma Gandhi has said, if we want to reach real peace in the world, we shall have to begin with children. So as I'm going to present on education, I'd also like to quote another phrase which most of us have heard. If you give a man some bread, he eats for a day. Teach a man to sow and reap, and he shall eat every day. So with this, I'm going to be talking about 3 schools in the Himalayas. I'm not going to be going very deep, just a very going to give a glimpse of these 3 schools. Tonglen from Himachal Pradesh, Jamse Gatsal from Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh, and Jamyang School from Leh, Ladakh. So what is interesting is, of these 3 schools, there are a few common things. The first is, all these 3 schools have been inspired by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And all these 3 schools have been started by monks who were educated in the monastic institute in South India. So I'm going to first go to Tonglen School, which many of you must have heard of. So this is based in Dharamsala. So Tonglen School is under the Tonglen Charitable Trust. It was founded by Gen Jamyangla. This is Gen Jamyangla, and a truly inspiring human being. This is, I think, probably when he was very young, and I met him a couple of years ago. He looks much older, but with the same smile, with the same spirit, much more stronger, in fact. So Gen Jamyangla started this school, and actually, Gen Jamyangla was deeply moved by the children begging in the streets in Meklot, in Dharamsala. And when he felt that there's a need to educate the children from the slum, so this thought was conceived when he saw the children from the slums. So Gen Jamyangla, he works for the Tonglen Charitable Trust to help displaced communities in North India to achieve a secure, sustainable future by addressing the root cause of the poverty and ill health through a range of education and health-based projects. And Tonglen School has classes from 1st to 10th, and at the moment they have about 300 children studying in the school. So they have basically 3 levels, learning levels. So in these 3 learning levels, they have from grade 1 to 7, the children in this group are imparted education in Tonglen School, and there are approximately 200 children. They have 6 classes every week, especially for secular ethics. Total of 30 sessions of secular ethics is taken every month, and every evening the senior staff takes classes after dinner on a regular basis. So the secular ethics via C-learning and Ayurganyas. These are incorporated. From grade 8 to 12, as the children in this group, they attend schools outside the premises of Tonglen School. They have 3 classes of secular ethics in the week. Though they also have evening sessions of secular ethics, and students receive teachings of secular ethics by the old from the old Emery version of secular ethics in education and my book of restraint. So Tonglen tertiary students, so this group of the third group, this group of children are have thoroughly gone through Emery Resort's materials, as well as the 2 core books of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Beyond Religion and Ethics for the New Millennium, and Ayurgyanya's books, which is my book of restraint. So at the present, the children don't have any specific sessions, but they study the material provided by Tonglen, and a test is being taken every month to check their knowledge and how they apply it to their daily lives. So this is Tonglen School. And next we go on to Jamse Gatsal School. And they have this, they believe in the heart, educating the heart, the mind and the body. The mind, which is the wisdom to guide, the heart, compassion to nurture, and the body is the skill to serve. And this is with His Holiness's portrait, and that the other one is Venerable Samdang Rinpoche's portrait. So this is based in, this school, Jamse Gatsal, was founded by a former monk, again Lobsang Phuntsokla, from Tawang. There's a small place called Lumla in Tawang, where the school is based. And this school was started in 2006 with the help of some friends from the US who supported this project. And it started with 35 kids in the beginning. And now they have about 104 children from kindergarten through graduate students. So Jamse Gatsal is a loving home and learning community for orphaned, abandoned and at-risk children. Between the age of toddler to young adult, children belong to the Monpa tribe of Arunachal Pradesh, who lack basic familial care, which is the foundation of a healthy child development. So again, Lobsang Phuntsokla is also doing an incredible work with the children in Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh. So with this, I come to Jamyang School, which is based in Leh. So Jamyang School was also started with the vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So it started in the year 2006. The idea of Jamyang boarding school came into existence when His Holiness expressed concern over the lack of educational facilities for children from the remote areas of Ladakh, especially from the Brokpa and Brokpa from the Aryan Valley. So Aryan Valley is towards the extreme western part of Ladakh, where the people, they have a very unique culture and also dialect. So His Holiness felt the need to set up a school for the children, because Aryan people, the Brokpa people, as a community, they are a very closed, isolated community. They are not very open to the outsiders. So the Jamyang school caters to disadvantaged children, many of them coming from communities that were the earliest inhabitants of lands along the Indus River in Ladakh. Their ancient culture and tradition is very unique. They speak of a language of their own. So there are 7 to 8 villages on the banks of Indus River from where the children come from. So the villages are Da, Hanu, Bema, Darshik, Darkon. I don't know if you've visited Ladakh towards the extreme west. So they have a very beautiful hat which His Holiness quite loved, looks like. So the mission of the school is to empower children from the most disadvantaged sections of this area of Ladakh. And they started, the school building was constructed in 2008. And this is, His Holiness visited the school quite a number of times. So in 2008, the school started with 63 students. And as of now, they have about 319 children studying. And it's run by 2 monks, both Geshe-las from South India, monastic Dripangomang Monastery, extremely dedicated towards educating all these children. So I've been closely associated with the school, so I have seen firsthand the commitment and the love they have for these children. So, and probably we can all probably visit these schools. Probably that's the only way we could get a real sense of what is really happening. I mean, these presentations, these are just pictures. So I would suggest we all visit these schools. And so coming back to, actually, so this is the school pictures. Okay, so now I'd like to go a little back, a little deeper into the questions that were raised. We talk about universal ethics, and do you really think there is universal ethics? Because I'm putting forth this question. Of course, there is a universal ethics which His Holiness has been talking about, but there are some people who, there are some anthropologists who do not really scientifically, they do not agree that there is a universal ethics. So this, I learned this during the C-Learning launch, because we've been hearing the term universal ethics for, decades from His Holiness the Dalai Lama. But when the C-Learning came about, the C-Learning curriculum, so I just mentioned to Gen Lobsang Tenzin Negila, who's in charge of the C-Learning. So I said, Genla, why not universal ethics, and why is social, emotional, and ethical learning? So this was the question, or the just a question that I had, and to my surprise, I was told by Genla that when they pass, because this is a very structured course that is being run in Emory University. So for such a structured course to be run in a university in the West, there has to be a panel that has to pass the title and everything. So I think probably during that session, some of the anthropologists on the panel, they were not very happy, or they did not agree with the term universal ethics. They had reservations. So, which is why they had to come up with social, emotional, and ethical learning. And so, like Mr. Haldarji also put up the question, universal ethics, it may sound very nice to, see the good things around, and of course, I'm not undermining all that, but there are some serious questions, like, can we really inculcate universal ethics within us? So I'd like to just mention, just 2 minutes. I'd just like to mention, in neuroscience, there's something called mirror neurons, which I think is very important, which we all have in our brain. So mirror neurons, they are a type of sensory motor cells located in the brain that is activated when a person performs an action or observes another individual performing the same action. It has been suggested that mirror neurons provide a simple and direct form of action understanding. So in the last decade, the phenomenon of empathy has received widespread attention by the field of social neuroscience. So research studies are being done. Sorry. So research studies are being done to, just a moment, sorry. Research studies on the causal link of empathy to our presumed mirror neuron system and the question whether increasing empathy will result in better moral decisions and behaviors are underway. So this is a good news for all of us. So even in the field of neuroscience, they are studying whether empathy can be scientifically studied. And so I'd like to just end with what is called the ripple effect. So with the blessings and vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, there are so many great beings around us at individual level in different communities who are deeply inspired by His Holiness, and we carry forward his activities. And one of the greatest example is the Tibet House, our director, Venerable Geshe-la, whose actions and whose compassion is just, the ripple effect is just going far and wide. So I think universal ethics, sometimes when we question too much, when we analyze too much, we may not really get to universal ethics. And sometimes we just have to follow the heart. And also, another thing I'd like to mention on the Delhi streets, surprisingly again, about the auto rickshawalas on Delhi streets that I see. It's mostly with auto walas. They tend to always push the cycle rickshawalas who are climbing uphill on the flyovers with a heavy load. So this I often see on the Delhi streets, and these are very simple things that you see around, but very powerful. So I think the ripple effect of all this, if we are cognizant of our surroundings, we can really achieve His Holiness's visions and purpose. With this, I'd like to end. Thank you.
Maybe in the middle. So, good evening, Tash the Lake, and yeah, what a wonderful time. I still remember the time that when I started doing my PhD, and it was the early days of His Holiness having been awarded the Nobel, and the glow was still on, and one believed that Tibet would happen. And it was somewhere in our walks, somewhere, and as we've gone on, we keep feeling a little disillusioned at times. But that's not really what I was to speak on. And as I was telling Venerable Kaveri, that towards the end I have very much more humbler offerings, because I seem to have heard everything that I wanted to say. So I will not take too much time, but I'll try to sum up what I thought I should speak with you today. Some of the concerns that I want to lay out for you today come from, as all of us know, through our own teaching, and as we teach, we learn. And I have taught environmental ethics in the past, and for the longest of time I thought it was insane to teach it, because can you teach it was a big question that I had. I continue to probably represent that school of thought that says that much of thought is dialogical.
and the Punjabi Sikh philosophy which says sochya soch na hoy soch, jo soche lakbar, that you cannot think thought while thinking thought. And the insanity continues, and hence I look at the meaning of reality in trying to understand ecology in a way that possibly pushes a very different boundary, looking at sustainability, looking at environment, looking at the thread of why it should be running as a thread through every discourse that we have, because in the end it is about us. Of late I was watching, as I was teaching my child about revolution and rotation, and we looked at how the earth is spinning around the sun and how the moon is moving around the sun, and we saw pictorial NASA representations, and it is awe-inspiring primarily because it makes you think of how little we are and how huge we think we are, as you can make out from that long discourse that Venerable Kaveri had to give on who I am, which I am not. I'm much lesser than what the words were saying, except the aspiration to walk. And I just want to draw your attention through something that struck me as I was teaching this semester. There is, every day as we go, there's mounds of material and I also throw out from my house solid waste which is dumped, and we know there's scavenging that's going on. We move towards the suburbs of Delhi and we can see huge mountains there, trash that are landfill, and it's resting out there. And there is a lot of friend of mine did a survey on how medical waste contaminates and injures many people. So I think I thought that I'd share with you a very interesting instance of while reading Susan Hood, who's a children's writer. I researched and I saw that she had spoken about these youngsters who go to a dump yard and pick up materials and they do something out of it. So I just want you to take a look at that. I don't know if that has been lined up now, or I could talk about it now. Could you just sorry.
The audio is not going to be there. You have to keep the mic here, right?
No problem.
¿Entienden? Bueno, entonces tienen que atender.
So, I think the platitudes that we move through when we speak about ecology and ethics, there's a common recognition that I'm self-interested in something that's happening out here. And I think that's a very narrow way of looking at how we need to protect nature. And, and also in the end, it's all platitudes. So, and in many ways, what we think of as people who value their nature, how they recognize and perceive acts which would ensure green policies, etc. There's a lot that is happening and could happen through education, through NGOs, through different concerns, connects that we make towards negotiating that. That it's not simply the right and ability of any single discourse, whether it's science, whether it's technology, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, that, in a sense, what's happening is that we've monopolized discourses. We've said this is the way it has to be. And I think that is the front that we need to break. That is the front that is the platitude that shouldn't become the constant. One of these musicians there who was playing the cello, I think, she says, this is a place called Katura, and she says, to be very honest with you, there was nothing there. At the most, there were drugs. And these are the people who moved from a dump heap to making something. And I think really, like I said, very honestly, if you really look at this landfill harmonic that has, that we all watched right now, the story tells you that there is power to music, that, in a sense, it raises you above your physical conditions. The year that I mentioned when I started off doing my research was also the year that through this, I remember FUR had put up a huge musical. And I was just wondering how, it is also the sound that that really is gives you a very important direction. And the reason why ecology, in a sense, should acquire a very significant presence is because inevitably, as humans, we have a very insignificant presence in a very large and a very awe-inspiring universe. Just like I shared with you, that you actually see yourself as absolutely a meaningless person out there. And even at this moment, in this candid moment when we are looking at each other, when we are trying to probably get a little bit of that awe factor from what we watched, there is some truth that we are trying to touch in each other. There's something that we are moving towards. We don't know sometimes. We're also discerning ourselves in the other. When I talk to you, I discover a little bit about myself that I'd never known. And I think that is the inevitable universe that churns around us, and which has given of course, when we look at academically the discourse on environmental movements, on environmental law in particular, which sustainably, and environmental ethics, which came up as a subject 40 years earlier, there was this domain of the legal and the philosophical. There were luminaries who assumed that this new field would be connecting environmental ethics with other areas. But it's very interesting that law, which was, and I'm not talking about law and legality, so to speak, law which was supposed to be the bind of the ethics, the glue of how we should negotiate our actions, if not through brave acts like these children's. Somewhere that strange division happened. And, constantly we can, if we dwell on these matters of what are legal reforms and how they foster ethical development, we've got to look at the languages that we are using. And I think that was a very interesting thing that Dr. Chalil brought up for my attention, that when we speak about which one of us, which way, or when the example of where we look at ourselves, east or west, I think what Heidegger, who's a very important thinker, who says language is the house of being, and Gadamer, who says without language nothing exists, but also paradoxically Wittgenstein, who says that the ends of my language, where my language ends, my world ends. So I can't, the limits of my language are the limits of my world, he says, to be exact. So I think, in a sense, if we look at environmental concerns and how they've altered the way we describe situations, how we see ourselves in this universe, is in a very intentional way expressed in universal responsibility, which is invoked in the writings of the engaged Buddhists, beginning with Thich Nhat Hanh. So who was the person who brought this idea of engaged Buddhism to the forefront. But along with that, as we have seen that a lot of Buddhist scholars, monks, particularly His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Suchi in Taiwan, they invoke a language where, which is not simply to negotiate, but with a very intentional use of words that are going to heal and change the world. And what Venerable Kaveri spoke about, in terms of means and ends, I think the whole idea that for any principal theorist of ethics who thinks of what act is a definitive act, that can I say that it is good to tell a lie? Would there be a universe which could endorse that maxim as a universal maxim? That would become a kind of a question, a philosophical question, that how do we go from there? So it's to really not take too much of your time. I had taken copious notes, but really to bring this idea out from the image of Buddha, from how he reflected this composure and the kind of self-knowledge that he brought out. Whether we want to see it metaphorically or as desirable human possibilities, like these children did, we have to, embody it probably at some, and I think for it, so that in terms of really looking at whether there is a universal ethic, whether, we can move towards a trope where we think these are the truths we need to live by. It's a hard thing to do, but for Buddha, the idea of prajna and the idea of compassion, which he brought out, it resonates this, the discourse of wisdom and virtue, even exploited and explored by the Greek theorists. And to really end off, I'd like to ask you a question from what I understand of, and when we think of East and West, or if you want to think of as East and the rest, when Aristotle says that, if I have friends, I do not need law, I do not need justice, it'll kind of wither away. He is, in that abstraction, is he also seeing the foe? Because when I use the word friend, how do I think of the foe? And I think, having said that, everything pales in our imagination when we look at the very disparate, disconnected writings that His Holiness the Dalai Lama has left behind for us to look at, that you can actually look at the foe from a very compassionate point of view. And I think really is, and to see that something which is common to all of us, something which is common, whether universal ethic is or is not, but the point of the matter is that we all are, in many ways, the common thing that binds us is the idea of suffering and the idea of getting out of the suffering. So the Four Noble Truths, that there is suffering and that there is an end to suffering, are endemic to any discourse that would talk, which wouldn't try to negotiate an ethic, which would respond to human conditions, to human concerns, and to the idea of us as human beings. So really, like I said, loads of notes, but with salutations to my teacher, who actually had brought me in touch with Tibet House and eventually with Geshe-la, and long histories, but there's so much of, I think, that binds us here, and I'm really grateful to Tibet House for having invited me to this forum, and to Venerable Kaveri. Thanks.
So thank you so much to a wonderful panel. We've run out of time, so there won't be question and answers, but you can chat to the speakers over dinner. And I just want to end, where hope is concerned, because we all live in hope. So everybody in this room, all the Gyagars here, all the other people from all over the world are definitely influenced by His Holiness, by his ideas, by the notion of universal ethics. And I met an artist friend the other day who traveled across China. And she was telling me that you don't go to a factory, you don't go to any place where you do not see signs of people turning towards what she described as Buddhist kind of beliefs, but perhaps shorn of the traditional iconography or ways or means. And what that really suggests is, as His Holiness has said, if we are really thinking and applying the middle way philosophy in a very long view, then somewhere down the line, battles are won not in a day, not in maybe decades as well, but in the long view, I think, perhaps the last word will be that of His Holiness and Tibet. And we can all be very hopeful about that, because yet the game is not over. And the world is turning to these ideas. It is not just Tibet and Tibetans. And it's a question for us all as we stand here today, because if you look at many other countries of the world, and this notion of needing universal ethics for all of our well-being and harmony, I think, yes, there's a long game ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla, for chairing this wonderful session of the panel discussion. And I would also like to thank our panelists for your wonderful discussion for today's panel discussion. Thank you. And now I would like to request our Secretary, Mr. Kunyabla, to kindly come up and give you the thank you note. Thank you very much.
A very warm evening to all. I will only take 2 minutes, so please bear with me. So on behalf of Tibet House New Delhi and our director, Venerable Geshe Amdullah, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Education Minister of Central Tibetan Administration, Madam Thalma Tomalla, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest and coming all the way from Dharamshala to celebrate with us the 35th anniversary. The 35th anniversary of His Holiness being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989. I would like to thank our guests of honor, Mr. Abhijit Haldar, Professor Amar Jivalochanji, our convener for today's panel discussion, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill, and our esteemed panelists, Dr. Nivedita Ji, Dr. Parthi Puri Ji, and Dr. Nilzamullah, for very insightful talk on universal ethics. I would also like to thank the young students from Mushnugatila, the future seeds of Tibet, for their beautiful performance, and also Kemi Sringla, the headmaster, and his staff for preparing the students for the song dedicated to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the audience and students for your participation in this event. With this, we have come to the end of today's event, and I would like to announce that if you would like to be part of our future programs at Tibet House, you can subscribe to our weekly newsletter by sending us an email at programs@tibethouse.in. You can also visit our website www.tibethouse.in. You can also follow us on our social media platforms, Tibet House Delhi on Instagram, Facebook, and also a YouTube channel. And we are also on X, formerly known as Twitter. So yeah, with this we have come to the end, and I hope to see you all again soon in our future conferences. And just a quick announcement: we have a 2-day conference coming up in January, on 3rd and 4th January, on neuroscience and psychology, series 9 at India Habitat Center. So we have already opened the registration, so you can all register for the event, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we wrap today's evening panel discussion on universal ethics. And now I would like to announce to everybody that we have a very special dinner arrangement for all of you. So I would request all of you to kindly help yourself. We have a buffet of dinner at the lobby, and I would like to request our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Education, Mrs. Thalam Dumala, Central Tibetan Administration, our chairperson for today's event, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla, our esteemed panelists, Dr. Nevidita Ji, Dr. Bharti Puri Ji, and Dr. Nilza Wangmula, and Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah to kindly go to the cafe shop. We have the dinner arrangement over there. And all the participants, I would request all of you to kindly help yourself with the dinner buffet at the lobby. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening.